We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well-resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centres, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centres, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centres, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centres, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centres, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centres, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify.
Councillors.
And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify.
Welcome to all the
We also
councillors
make sure
and the
fire,
officials
rescue
linked
and
to
emergency
this
services are
MST's
well run and
virtual meeting,
maintained. We
as
maintain
well as
over
to the media and members of
3,575
the
city
public
parks.
connected
We make sure
via
Cape
the
Town's
live
104 libraries are well
YouTube
resourced and
stream.
maintained. And we
A
care for
special
many
welcome
sports and
to the
recreation
representatives
facilities, including
of the
community
Auditor
centers,
General's
sports.
Office who are linked via YouTube. I now call for a moment's silence. Thank you. Councillors, we will now proceed with the electronic registration. A link is posted in the iron box. Please click on the link in order to register. And then that link will then be pinned to the top of the iron box if you have to at any time re-register. As soon as we have an indication that we're correct, we will proceed. All right, we'll give it another half a minute. Councillor Davids, for minute purposes, can you just indicate those three councillors' names in the iron box so we can at least know they're present? Oh, we have to wait for the IT to sort it out. Councillor Dixon, you will need to ask IT to help you. There's the number was given to everybody. All right. While we're going through the process of getting the registrations done, I'm just going to jump ahead to section 3 and ask the Chief Whip if there are any applications for leave of absence.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, Speaker, there are a few apologies, and it is as follows. Councillors Philander, Rigby, Goba, Fourie, Murray, Jackson, Badruddin, Foss, Franklin, Nchweza. Now, on sick leave is Councillor Nchweza. Late arrival will be Councillors Langenhoven and Peck. Early departure, Councillor Janse van Vieren. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other whips with applications for leave of absence which haven't been registered yet? Okay, we're taking note of those. All right. So I just then will move on to the announcements by the Speaker. And in this instance, I want to again raise the question of declaration of interest for councillors. An email reminder was sent out from my office on the 18th of March in this year to party whips, where some of their councillors have still not submitted their declarations of interest. The final deadline for declaration of interest submissions is the 13th of April. The original correspondence on declarations of interests was sent to councillors on the 27th of October last year, and various reminders have been sent thereafter. As such, councillors have had more than 4 months to complete these declarations and submit them. There will be no further extensions after the 13th of April, and councillors who do not submit their forms by this final deadline will be referred to the disciplinary committee. Section 5, the city manager, do you have any urgent notices?
None, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move then on to the confirmation of minutes. Can we then look at the set of minutes? There's one set of minutes for the ordinary meeting held on the 29th of January. And we start on page 5. We go through the minutes to page 15, 16, 25, page 30, 35, and to the end, page 41. Can we confirm the minutes, proposer and seconder? Thank you. Seconder, please. Thank you. Councillor Haynes, I see your hand up. Are you seconding or are you wishing to say something?
Speaker,
Yes.
I've put in the inbox, but just in case you miss it, in terms of the register, Councillor Nkutwana is listed absolutely without an apology, of which he was in the meeting. He just had connectivity problems and was kicked out from time to time.
All right, we will correct the minutes accordingly. Thank you. Are there any other issues around attendance? Or the rest of the attendance is all in order? Councillor Nkutwana? Councillor Nkutwana, your hand is up. Are you wishing to indicate that you agree with Councillor Haynes?
Yes, Speaker. And also, I just want to try now. I'm trying to register, and I don't get to the links of register. Okay. And I send a message.
All right, it's at the top of the iron box, but you do have IT's number on your memo I sent you. So contact IT if you still have a problem. Okay.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
Have you activated the Global Protect on your computer? Try activating Global Protect and then try again. All right. I'm going to go back now to section 2, which is the mayoral address. And I call on the mayor to give his address.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can I just confirm that I'm both visible and audible to you?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, good morning to you and to fellow councillors and aldermen, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues in Team Cape Town, Molweni. Good morning, goeiemorgen. It's wonderful to see everyone again, even if online. Colleagues, tonight is an exciting night in the city. Bafana takes on Panama here at Cape Town Stadium. I want to warmly welcome the Panama national football team and their families and their crew to the mother city. And we, of course, all of us look forward to supporting Bafana tonight. And it is a sold-out stadium. The gees is going to be incredible. Cape Town always comes to the party when it comes to our national teams. We saw that this sold out several days ago already. and I'm sure I'm going to see many of you there. It's going to be an awesome, awesome evening. As I always do, Speaker, I want to welcome a few new councillors who have joined us since we last met as council. I welcome Councillor Sandra Dixon, representing Good, Councillor Bulelwa Mayenda, ANC, representing the ANC, who is the new ward councillor for Ward 104, Dunoon, and obviously congratulate her on winning that by-election last week. I also welcome Councillor Sonia Meyer, representing the Freedom Front Plus, and Councillor Patrick Pindile George, representing the ANC as well in a PR capacity. And all of you are warmly welcome to our council. Now, colleagues, in the past weeks and in the week that is to come, all of the major faith communities in our city either have celebrated or are celebrating their holiest of days. We wish all Muslim Cape Townians a very blessed Eid, all Jewish Cape Townians a blessed Passover for this week. And of course, we are on Tuesday now of the Holy Week. And this weekend, many millions of Cape Townians will celebrate Easter. And I wish all Christian Cape Townians a very, very blessed Easter. Madam Speaker, today I am honored to table the fifth and, incredibly, the final budget of our administration. It is truly hard to believe that we are already at this time in the administration. I want to pause and reflect for a moment on the significance of this occasion, on where we stand on our mission here in Cape Town, and on what this budget hopes to achieve. That mission, as we all know, is to build this great city of Cape Town into something even better, a place where many more people can live in dignity and independence, and without the fear of poverty and unemployment as a constant shadow over their lives. That is the greater and higher purpose that we have spoken about so often these last 4 years. That guides every single thing that we do here, to make Cape Town a place where people have reason to believe that the future will be better than the present and obviously better than the past, where they will have the reasonable prospect of escaping poverty and getting into work. Because we know that our society, our city, will not be truly successful so long as so many people live in poverty and unemployment. This is what we mean when we say we have been building a city of hope. And we have indeed been building, steadily building towards this goal over the past 4 years. And the growth of our budgets, and particularly the capital portion of our budget in each year, has mirrored this ambition of ours. So now we have turned the final corner and we enter before us the final straight of this term of office. And just like in Formula One, when you turn that final corner and you see the final straight ahead of you, you push down hard on the accelerator and you race towards the finish line. And the end is now in sight. Our last budget of this term of office, we are simply calling our City of Hope budget, because it represents the clearest indication of the progress that we have made and our ambitions for Cape Town. And it shows that we are moving undeniably towards being South Africa's one city that works, a city of hope for all in the making. Now, before I speak of some of the details and the highlights of this budget, I want to take a moment to thank each and every member of the team that brought us to this point. I want to thank each of you, councillors, the elected councillors of the City of Cape Town, but also the many people behind the scenes whose names seldom get mentioned, but whose hard work and valuable insights have helped produce budget after budget of outstanding quality. Led by our Chief Financial Officer, Kevin Jacoby, this team has once again delivered a budget that we can all be proud of. Thanks must go to the Budget Office under the leadership of Carl Stroud and his team, including Stukiswa Madlanga, Karen Fourie, Sumaya Ringquest, and Linda Swartz. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please. Colleagues, as I'm sure you know, we have taken on infrastructure projects of impressive, and you may even say daunting, scale in this term of office. Some of these projects are the largest of their kind ever undertaken by a city government in South Africa, and their completions span multiple years. Progress on these projects can sometimes feel frustrating because they invariably require a lot of planning, design, and lengthy procurement. But you do hit a point where all of that planning, that procurement, that design, that engineering work comes to a head, and where momentum becomes undeniable, and when many projects move from that planning phase into breaking ground and construction and progress phase. And I must say, it is so exciting and satisfying to see now, in this outer year of our term, so many of those incredible projects that we've been working on for the last few years starting to come to fruition. That is exactly how it was planned, and it is wonderful to see a plan coming together. Our extensive My City Cape Flats expansion is now a construction site from one end all the way to the other. A full 40-odd kilometers of seamless and relentless construction. Then there's our Cape Flats bulk sewer upgrade, also the biggest of its kind in South Africa, along with our multiple wastewater treatment work upgrades, pipe replacements, electricity grid investments, informal settlement upgrades, and our many social housing projects. These are the infrastructure investments that have accounted for the huge bulk of our capital budgets in previous years, as they will continue to do in the draft budget we are tabling today. These projects involve a lot of concrete and steel, but what they really do and what they really involve is the transformation of the lives of Cape Townians, enabling them to live with greater dignity and greater hope. Now, alongside these truly mega projects, we have been delivering a steady stream of much smaller, but to my mind, just as important investments in community facilities and the like right across the metro. Projects that will bring the kind of joy and the kind of dignity to communities that you cannot put a price on. They might not be measured in billions, but they are absolutely measured in dignity. This past year, in particular, has been an incredibly busy year for upgrading sports facilities. Our city has delivered soccer pitches, athletics tracks, upgraded swimming pools, new stadiums in various parts of the city around Cape Town. I really make a point of attending every one of the opening of these facilities if I can, because seeing what it means to communities is the best possible encouragement and confirmation that we are indeed making progress in building a Cape Town that is shared and loved and owned by all of us. At the start of this term, places like Wastewater Stadium in Atlantis and Blue Down Stadium and Lentegeur Sports Fields in Mitchell's Plain were in bad condition. So too was Mandela Park in Khayelitsha and Bishop Lavis sports grounds. Now, they are all rebuilt, restored, modern, world-class community sports facilities. I think in particular of how the famous Collegians Rugby Club could not even play at their home ground for a long time. Now they are back at their home ground, and they're winning at home in the heart of Mitchell's Plain again. I must tell you that this means a great deal to me, and I'm so glad to see Collegians back home. And I'm so grateful to councillors like Councillor Plaatjes, who have driven that issue with such passion and dedication from the start. I want to make special mention of one facility in particular, because this project is very close to my heart. Once it's done, it's going to be one of Cape Town's, and I think one of South Africa's, and indeed, certainly for the community around Mitchell's Plain, it is going to be one of the most loved and treasured public relaxation and recreation sites. And I'm speaking, of course, of the beautiful redevelopment of the iconic Strandfontein Pavilion on the False Bay coastline at Strandfontein. When I took on this job, this was one of the first things that I announced, because I knew what Strandfontein means to so many generations of Cape Townians. We all know the strong connection and the beautiful memories that people have of that special place. And I've been so glad to hear these memories and reminiscences firsthand from many residents. Last week, I heard some of those residents calling into the radio after we announced and broke ground at Strandfontein Pavilion last week. Now, you, Madam Speaker and colleagues, when you hear people calling into the radio and introducing themselves by names like Auntie May and Auntie Anne, then you know that you are hearing from a particular generation. And I heard how they attended dances at the pavilion back in the day and how fondly they reminisce about that place. I heard about places where they used to eat, like Ebb Tide or at the Blue Waters Cafe. And attending the sod turning last week and spending the morning among so many people for whom Strandfontein means so much was one of the more emotional and satisfying days of my time in this job. What we are going to build there with this 300 million rand investment, the shops and the restaurants, the concert spaces, the event spaces, the boat launch ramp, the brand new NSRI base, all the beautiful upgrades to the whole precinct, is going to make the Strandfontein Pavilion a place that future generations will reminisce about in the same way. I cannot wait to see it take shape in the coming years and for thousands of families to start enjoying it. And I want to put out a call to the Mitchells Plain business community. We are building the space, but the businesses, the restaurants, the cafes must be yours. Please bring us the proposals. We must have a seafood restaurant where you can eat your fish looking at the fishing boats in False Bay right in front of you. So bring us those proposals. I want to give so much credit, all of the credit, to two colleagues who have championed this project from the start. Councillor Elton Jansen, who is the ward councillor for that ward and the sub-council chairman, and Councillor Danny Christians. Their passion for this project and for the coastline has seen this project through, and we all owe them a debt of gratitude. Finally, on this topic, colleagues, we must be honest about the fact that all of these community facilities should not have been allowed to fall into disrepair to begin with. We have worked hard to repair the budget and the capacity of the Department of Sport and Recreation in our city, and to give it the capacity to better manage with clearer leadership and a more accountable structure, and with clear expectations for the standards we want to achieve in Cape Town. Today, as part of the budget we are tabling, I'm pleased to announce a further injection of 130 million rand into the Sports and Recreation departmental budget for the maintenance and upgrade of community facilities. This is in addition to their normal baseline adjustment, which is also above inflation this year, and indeed has been above inflation every year. Over this term of office, we have increased the budget for repairs and maintenance across the city by 43%. And I want to thank each and every councillor who has supported these budgets for that support. We know that so much of the success of our city and every city depends on what we are spending on repairs and maintenance of our assets and facilities. And so we can be proud of the fact that over this term, we have so far increased that budget by 43%. But importantly, in parks and recreation specifically, we've increased that budget by 79%. And the results are slowly starting to show around the city. Now, so much of our job as leaders is to set the standards. So I want us to be crystal clear about the standards that we desire for Cape Town. Every child in Cape Town must have safe, beautiful, well-maintained places to play, relax, swim, do sports, or visit the beach. We will not rest until we have achieved that standard. Colleagues, this budget, as with every budget, is what turns our vision, our pledges, and our ambitions for Cape Town into the kind of delivery I have just spoken about. To give you some perspective on the progress we've made, in the 2021-22 budget, when all of us were just elected, the city's capital budget was 6.1 billion rand. Today, 4 years on, we are about to table a capital budget of just over 13 billion rand. We have more than doubled our capital investment. And as has been the case for each of the last few years, our capital budget remains higher than all three of the Gauteng metros combined. That is the basic and essential reason why our city will continue to be the most functional city in South Africa And hopefully those cities will soon turn around as well when they get new leadership. The tragic collapse of infrastructure and service delivery in other metros is a direct result of their failure over many years to invest in the bare minimum. It is also important to note where in the city we are spending our money. I spoke earlier of our major transport and sanitation projects, which are mainly focused on the Cape Flats, as well as our investments in community facilities there across the Cape Flats. But if you go further through this budget, line by line, you will see that the bulk of our money goes to where the need is the greatest. 75% of our infrastructure budget goes to lower income households. In fact, if you just take the portion of our capital budget that we are spending in low income communities, that portion alone is still substantially bigger than the city of Joburg's entire capital budget. We do this not because we are just competitive, but because Cape Town only works when it works for all of its residents. We are passionately committed to seeing living standards improve for the poorest people in our city, for them to live with greater levels of dignity and with better and better services over time. We cannot claim to be making progress towards building a city of hope if that hope is not experienced by every Cape Townian. And we have managed to achieve this while still offering ratepayers the lowest monthly bills in the country. Madam Speaker, since the start of this term, we have added an impressive 1,340 new law enforcement and Metro Police officers to our ranks in Cape Town. We were elected on the pledge of adding hundreds of new boots on the ground. That was our quote. But we have more than exceeded that target with 1,340 new law enforcement and Metro Police officers. Today, I'm proud to table a safety and security budget that is raised even further. We're proposing a 6.8 billion rand budget for safety and security this year. If the safety of our residents was in the hands of a competent and well-resourced SAPS, we may have been able to spend much of this money on other pressing priorities. But the reality of our time now in South Africa is that SAPS is unable to adequately protect our communities against violent criminals and faces great institutional turmoil and leadership crisis of its own. So in the midst of that crisis, we have had to step into the gap with our own resources and our own officers. This is also the reason we've allocated 114 million rand from our urban mobility budget towards the design and construction of the N2 Edge. The safety-related upgrades we will be building along a stretch of the highway, benefiting motorists, pedestrians, and communities alike. Madam Speaker, we are paying no attention to those posturing and grandstanding on this project, especially those urging us to pursue healing and hand-holding with the criminals. We can understand why they in particular would prefer us to be soft on crime, coming as they do from a criminal enterprise posing as a political party. Let me say to them, they can be soft on crime if they want to, and they can play kumbaya with criminals if they want to, but residents will take note. Make no mistake, here in the DA and in the city of Cape Town, we do not play kumbaya with criminals. We know we have the overwhelming support of the communities along the N2, as well as all of the motorists who use that road every day, and those are the opinions that matter, not the opinions of grandstanders. The N2 Edge barrier will not only protect motorists against the kind of violent and traumatic attack which has become far too commonplace in recent years, it will offer better safety to the people living in those adjacent communities and for their children who play close to the highway. Madam Speaker, with a healthy 6 billion rand investment in electricity grid upgrades over the 3-year medium-term framework, this budget also confirms our intention to secure Cape Town's decentralized energy future as we work actively to reduce our dependence on Eskom and transition to a more sustainable and more affordable source of energy. We're spending 1.8 billion rand on further investments in energy to secure service delivery, which includes 659 million rand for renewable energy systems, 589 million rand to upgrade our wonderful Steenbras hydroelectric dam facility, which will help us offer even better protection against load shedding should it ever return. A further 125 million rand for waste to energy projects, 165 million rand for the installation of LED street lighting, and more to make our city more and more energy secure and less dependent on Eskom in the years ahead. Then we get to water and sanitation, and this is really the big one, as with every budget we've tabled. I spoke earlier of the importance of projects like our Cape Flats bulk sewer upgrade and the way that we are accelerating the amount of sewer and water pipes we replace every year. This is because nothing improves dignity and quality of life more than access to proper, dignified water and sanitation. For the coming financial year, we have allocated a massive 5.4 billion rand for the capital upgrades in water and sanitation. That is more than 2.5 times the 2 billion rand we spent in the first year of this term. Over the 3-year MTREF period, water and sanitation gets an incredible 16.7 billion rand, or a full 40% of our entire capital budget. And this includes 2 billion rand more for sewer and water pipe replacements alone. Between 2022 and 2025, Cape Town has replaced 3 times more water and sewer pipes than Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni combined. Not just more than them combined, but 3 times more than them combined, Madam Speaker, for a total of 401 kilometers of replacement and upgrade in total over the 3 years. Another priority, and one which we have greatly accelerated this term, is enabling more affordable housing in well-located parts of Cape Town. You know by now that we have a land release pipeline of around 12,000 units of affordable housing at various stages of completion. This is in addition to the 3 major social housing projects undertaken by our colleagues in the provincial government, of which we have just unveiled the latest right here in the city centre, and which will be partially built on land released by us in, I think, our last or 2 council meetings ago. Added to this, we have also set aside 3.5 billion rand for informal settlement upgrades and 1.3 billion rand over the MTREF to upgrade, maintain, and repair the city's stock of affordable rental units. Now, Madam Speaker, I've already touched on the scale of the My City Cape Flats expansion. In this budget, we're putting a further 3.3 billion rand to the completion of that expansion. Alongside the My City investments, we're allocating 3.7 billion rand for road upgrades and pothole repairs, and 654 million rand for congestion relief projects. And of course, our bigger goal remains and will remain the takeover of the running of the Metro Rail service in Cape Town too, so that we can integrate this with our bus services on a single integrated ticketing and planning system. Colleagues, one of our pledges to Cape Townians 4 years ago was to do the basics better. And by basics, we mean the bread and butter of a local government, things like streetlights and refuse removal. Ask any recent Cape Town resident who has moved from elsewhere in the country to here what impresses them most about their new home city. And the chances are that many of them will say that it is the fact that our streetlights work, that they see far fewer potholes, or that they get repaired so soon after something has been reported. This is a reputation that we can be proud of, and we are investing 1 billion rand in this budget to repair and maintain our streetlights alone. We're also investing 1.2 billion rand over the 3-year period to purchase new refuse removal vehicles in order to maintain a quality service to residents and expand that service as new areas pop up all the time. Madam Speaker, everything I've listed here, along with the hundreds of other line items contained in the budget that I cannot go through line by line, come at a considerable cost. And to balance this expenditure with our available revenue is no easy task. It requires meticulous prioritization of the city's needs. And every decision to fund something means that some other and very often worthwhile need cannot be funded. It also requires a very sensitive and respectful approach to our ratepayers. Every 3 years, we update the general valuation roll of all properties in the metro to bring them in line with market value. As you all know, Cape Town's property market is currently experiencing incredibly strong growth. Because it is the only city in South Africa that is functional and working, it is also the only city in the country that is experiencing property value growth. This is obviously great news for anyone who owns a property in Cape Town, as this is most often a family's biggest financial asset that they will own throughout the course of their life. So we celebrate when that asset becomes more valuable for those families. However, to help homeowners, we have proposed a 10.2%, to help homeowners, we have proposed a 10.2% lower rate in the rand. The first 500,000 rand of property value will also be rates free, and this will now be for all homes up to 8 million rand. These measures ensure that around 60% of households will actually experience no change at all, or even a small decrease in their monthly rates bill, even though their property value has risen significantly. To show how these measures shield households, consider some examples that we have sourced from residents directly when they have been in contact with our councillors or with our office. I heard the example of Carlo from Belhar, whose property value increased by 9% since the 2022 valuation, and now his annual rates are set to come down by 82 rand. Or Claudine from Belhar, whose home went up in value by over 9% since 2022, with her rates bill down by 118 rand. Or Mohammed from Mitchell's Plain, who has seen a more than 10% growth in his property value since 2022, but will see his rates come down by 79 rand. Cape Town is South Africa's one city that works, offering better services, better infrastructure, and the chance for your property assets to grow in value, no matter who you are or where you live. Compare this to every other city in our country, where property values are tanking, they have stagnated or are in steep decline, as their governments raise property tax rates and raise rates while simultaneously collapsing service delivery. That is a terrible, terrible place to be in, and there is simply no comparison to what we are achieving and doing here in Cape Town. Madam Speaker, in this budget, we've also managed to keep our tariff increases in water and sanitation, refuse collection, and city cleaning to a minimum. For refuse collection and citywide cleaning, we have kept both of these increases around the inflation rate of at exactly 3.75% for those two tariffs. We have revised the property value bands for the citywide cleaning tariff to keep the number of properties per band more or less the same, and in doing so, prevent any bracket creep. Also, the qualifying criteria for rebates for both refuse collection and citywide cleaning have been expanded to ensure that no one who was previously receiving rebates is now excluded from rebates because of the rise in their property values. Our water and sanitation tariffs will see an increase of 4.5%. Cape Town continues to offer the highest allocation of free water and sanitation of all the cities in South Africa. That is 15,000 litres of free water and 10.5 kilolitres of free sanitation, as well as the widest criteria to qualify for a 100% rates rebate, which has now been raised from 450,000 rand property value all the way up to 620,000 rand in property value. Let me repeat that again. Previously, if you lived in a property worth less than 450,000, you had a 100% rebate. We have increased that to 620,000 rand in property value for a 100% rebate. And even if you live in a property more valuable than that, you can still qualify for a 100% rebate if your household income is below 7,500 Rand. Again, we have adjusted the property value bands for our fixed charges in water and sanitation to ensure that there is no bracket creep. All of this is set out in the budget tables in the document I'm tabling today. When it comes to electricity increases, colleagues, we are still very much at the mercy of Eskom and NERSA. As you know, NERSA has approved an increase of 9.01%, but we in the city of Cape Town have managed to keep our own increase more than 2 percentage points lower than the Eskom increase, at an average of 6.67%. We continue to offer our customers the widest qualifying criteria for the Lifeline tariff, along with the protection we introduced 3 years ago that allows Lifeline customers to buy an increased number of units at the cheaper subsidized rate. Pensioners and social grants recipients will continue to benefit from our rates rebates and Lifeline electricity due to the 27,000 Rand a month total monthly household income for pensioners. This is South Africa's highest pensioner discount. Madam Speaker, these are just some of the highlights of a very detailed and comprehensive budget. It is a budget that speaks to a city geared for growth and job creation, a city in which residents and businesses are assured of quality services far into the future, and in which struggling households receive more protection than anywhere else in South Africa. However, that is not to say that all is perfect here and we don't have challenges. Of course we do, but ours are the type of challenges that follow growth and expansion, and not the challenges of failure. Ours are not the challenges of infrastructure collapse or service deterioration due to decades of neglect and underinvestment. Ours are not the challenges of a city government underqualified or underprepared for the future, or governing only for themselves. Ours are not the challenges of poor financial management or a lack of vision. No. Colleagues, Cape Town's challenges are about the pressures of success, the pressures that come with growth, of a city that aspires to be even better place to live in future and for everyone. These are not small challenges, but I assure you they are the kind that you would prefer to have given a choice. And a choice is exactly what we are given. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a year in which all South Africans are going to be given a choice. They're going to have to make some very important choices as we go to the polls at the end of this year. It is my sincere hope that Cape Townians take note of the progress and successes I have just spoken about, and which they can see for themselves, and which are enabled by the budget that we are tabling today. And then it is my hope that they would choose to extend that progress into the future for a longer period. Last week, we got a small indication in the Dunoon by-election that this might just be the case, as double the number of residents threw their support behind this city's governing party. This is a sign that on the ground, even in our poorest of communities, a true difference is indeed being felt, and old loyalties are beginning to vanish for those parties who have failed and betrayed our country. Now, colleagues, we still have much work to do. And so I am so proud to table in Council today this budget that will enable us to raise our ambitions even higher and achieve even more for the people of Cape Town into the future. This 2026-2027 draft budget, our City of Hope budget, is hereby formally tabled and open for public comment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We now, in terms of the rules, have some questions for you, and the first question will come from the EFF, Councillor Stuurman. Councillor Stuurman, you must unmute yourself. You are unmuted from the side. Councillor Stuurman? All right. We'll move on. The next councillor will be from Good, Councillor Notwala.
Manbulise kuwe somlomo ndibulise nakuwe Mayor nakuzo zonke ii-councillors. I-question yam kuwe Mayor isuka from kubahlali baseKanana, eBishop's Quarry, eEurope, eBarcelona. Bacela ukubuza abahlali baseBishop's Quarry naseBarcelona naseEurope naseKanana ukuthi ithini plan yalo masipala okhokhelwe yi-DA mayela nokwakhelwa kwabo izindlu. Ndingavuya kakhulu okokuba lo mbuzo ungawuphendula Mayor. Inkosi kakhulu.
Can the interpreter just interpret that for the meeting?
Andiphindele abahlali baphi councillor?
Abahlali baseBarcelona, eEurope, eKanana, eBishop's Quarry bacela ukwazi kulo masipala okhokhelwe yi-DA okokuba.
Excuse me, just hold on please.
Okay. All right.
Just wait, Councillor, while we get the interpretation.
Kaphinde ceba.
Umbuzo uthi from kubahlali baseKanana.
Councillor and interpreter, I'm giving you 2 seconds to get your act together.
Already, this one.
And you're ready. The community
Not ready yet.
No, you must be ready, man. Please. Umbuzo umile.
Councillor, I'm waiting for the interpretation of the first question. Otherwise, we're going to move on. Norma?
Phinde ceba. Phinde ceba.
Want the English version, please.
The communities of Kanana, Europe, in Quarry, they would like to know from the DA, how the DA organization about
Okay, I get it. All right, thank you. Councillor Notawana, your question is over. So we're going back to Councillor Steele.
Sorry.
Sorry, did you hear the question?
I didn't. There was no question there.
Say, let's move on. Did you hear the question?
Well, I didn't hear any question.
Yes,
I
okay,
heard
you
a
said now
statement.
let's move on, but you didn't hear the question.
Well, where's the question? Councillor Notawana, have you still got a question?
You can't force me to speak. You can't force me to speak English.
Councillor Stearman, this is not your opportunity yet. Just wait, please. Councillor Notawana, was that your question?
I didn't ask a question, Speaker.
Well, so that's the point of it. This is a question to the mayor. Do you have a question? Because your time is up. Well, your time is almost up. Get to the question, please. Get to the question, please.
It can't be, but you didn't get to the question.
Councillor Stearman, you're going to lose your opportunity if you don't keep quiet.
Sorry, okay? Madam Speaker.
Yes,
on a point of order.
Yes, Mayor.
On a point of order, the person who was on the floor was Councillor Stearman, not Councillor Notwala.
No,
so it is Councillor Stearman who must complete his question, and the interpreter must please give us the proper version of it.
So, Mr. Mayor, we couldn't get Councillor Stearman, so we gave Councillor Notwala the opportunity to speak, and then Councillor Stearman spoke on top of him. So, all right, if we want to get to the point with Councillor Stearman and finish him, that's also fine. Okay, Councillor Stearman, get to the question, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Notawana.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The question, Mayor, kubahlali basekanana. Bafuna ukwazi abahlali basekanana nase-Bishop Square, nase-Barcelona, nase-Europe. Ithini plan yomasipala okhokhelwe i-DA kwisixeko saseKapa mayela nokwakhelwa kwabo izindlu?
They would like to know when they will be provided with accommodation and some houses built for these communities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you want to deal with them all at the end or in one at a time?
No, we can take them together, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Councillor Notwala, you may ask your question. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Noting that the Mayor has spoken about affordable housing in well-located spaces in Cape Town in the pipeline, noting that the City of Cape Town, which DA Council has voted for, has sold over 50 pieces of property. My question to the Mayor is that over 8 years ago, a draft discussion document was presented to the city on inclusionary housing. 2 years ago, when I joined council, it was presented in the Portfolio Committee for Human Settlements. Still today, we don't have an affordable housing policy with inclusionary housing. We are being told that consultations are happening. My question is, who is being consulted for 8 years so that people can have affordable housing in Cape Town? That's my question, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jacobs from the PA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mayor, a report from Sub-Council 1 confirms that the city intends to dispose of the Tusong Centre, and that is a centre that houses the only Home Affairs and SASSA offices within a 40-kilometre radius. The report also confirms that the city intends on selling because it is unable to maintain the centre. So can the Mayor confirm if the city truly intends to sell the centre without creating alternatives for the residents of Atlantis, Mamre, Pella, and Melkbosstraat? Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from the UDM, Councillor Mokongwana.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning, Mayor and colleagues. I have listened carefully to you, Mr. Mayor, tabling the successes that we as the city have achieved in terms of roads and other spheres. But I have been, for the past 4 years, crying about the informal taxi ranks in 5 townships. And I have not heard any progress from those cries. Only promises were made. Is it possible that this administration, before the end of the term, can look and address the matter of those informal taxi ranks? Thank you.
Thank you. And then the UIM, Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, colleagues. Mayor, you spoke about the sewer upgrades that is taking place and the acceleration of these sewer upgrades. But to us, it seems like it is slowing down. And there's the water and sanitation issues. There's the sewer spills. There's the displacement of families and also the ongoing disruptions. What exactly is being done to accelerate this project and this upgrades? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Mayor, you may respond. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Councillor Steeman, I apologize. You should be able to ask a question in whatever of our official languages you choose. Nevertheless, I got the gist of your question. And let me say that we have taken over a number of projects from the provincial government. for some of the areas that you have listed, Taiwan and in Kunini and Barcelona and Europe and elsewhere. Some of those projects are unfortunately, they were designed in such a way that they are actually not feasible because it's very, very hard, if not impossible, to do high density RDP or BNG fully subsidized housing projects. And so we have to, in some of those projects, go back to the drawing board in terms of redesigning what they will look like, how many people will benefit from them, where exactly the relocation areas will be. And as you know, these are some of the densest informal settlements in the whole city. So relocation space is an incredibly, incredibly tough thing. Nevertheless, we are committed to pursuing and progressing those projects beyond just plans and actually into project implementation phase. Councillor Nochwala, yes, we have sold those properties and we will continue to sell properties that are not suitable for human settlements development. And you should welcome that, councillor, because when we sell properties that are not suitable for human settlements development, we are able to raise additional revenue for the city, and those properties themselves are then redeveloped and pay dividends to the city in perpetuity, forever and a day. Long after you and I are gone from the city, those properties will still be paying income to the city that the city can use to fund basic services and fund housing programs and informal settlement upgrades elsewhere in the city. So I know that your frame of mind and your frame of reference has been for the longest time that every single little green patch must be used to build houses. And that is not the case. That is simply wrong. And you have to have a certain size and scale for a human settlements project. And when those pieces of property are unsuitable for that, then the best thing to do is to get them out of the state's hands, because the state, including the city, are actually not good owners of property. You see all around the place when you drive around Cape Town, what is the largest and most derelict piece of property in Cape Town? Well, it is a piece of state-owned property over there called Culemborg, owned by Transnet. It is absolutely massive, bigger than the whole CBD, and it is completely derelict. Now, one thing you will never, ever, ever hear, good or URC or UFC, whatever it is now called these days, you will never hear them talking about other state-owned property. They will only ever talk about the tiny parcels of land that are totally inappropriate for large-scale development that the city owns. Here, right next to me, is this enormous taxi rank owned by PRASA. Derelict, badly run, totally underdeveloped. It could be a massive site of inner city housing. Do you think you'll ever hear Councillor Nochwala utter a single word about it? Write a single letter to PRASA? Not once he will ever do that, because he doesn't care really about those people. He only cares about making a political point against the DA. Let me say to him about inclusionary housing. If he genuinely cared about getting affordable housing for the poor, he would realize that an inclusionary housing policy poses a massive risk. And that is why we are proceeding with extreme caution, because the risk is that you simply chase the providers of housing away. And there is evidence where municipalities have done this in the past, that is exactly what is happening. Developers of housing and even developers of affordable housing are simply going elsewhere and are refusing to invest and refusing to supply additional housing. So that is a profound risk, because just because it sounds nice, councillor, just because it sounds populist, doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's going to get the actual desired outcome. So when people like you and Councillor Palm and the other radical Stalinist left of that organization support things like rent control and so on, what you're actually doing is driving up the price of housing and driving those people who supply additional housing supply in the market, driving them out of Cape Town. So the consequence may very well be higher prices of housing and less supply. Now, I don't genuinely think that that is what you want, but you have not thought through the implications of what you are proposing. So we are going to proceed with extreme caution, because what we actually want is more housing supply at a more affordable price. We are not interested in just seeming to do what goes along with you and your friends on Twitter. We actually want to do something good for the city. And that requires us to proceed with caution on policies like that, because they actually threaten to do the exact opposite of what you promise. So, yes, you can bleat on in the IM box about your economic populism, but it doesn't change the fact you don't care actually about a more affordable accommodation for lower income families. What you care about is being fashionable and trendy. And that is not what we are about. We are actually about what is doing what is right and what works. Now, Councillor Jacobs, let me say that it is not the City of Cape Town's job to provide accommodation for other government departments. We have a whole government department in South Africa whose job it is to do that. That is the Department of Public Works. The Department of Public Works provides accommodation for all government departments. It is not our job to be the Department of Public Works. We already provide, I think at last count, 3 or 4 police stations around Cape Town, where the police could not get money from Public Works to provide a police station. We understand that that is an emergency, and we have areas of profound crime. And so we've offered up our buildings and said, for example, in Mfuleni, you can have this building for free, you can occupy it and build a police station there, because Public Works is it's going to take much longer to do that. But it is not our core job to provide accommodation to the Department of Home Affairs or to SASSA. Now, there are other places in the city, for example, in Khayelitsha, where we do provide accommodation to SASSA, but they are renting that from us, and that is in a bus station, it's in a My City station, and so we need that facility. But in the case of this one, we have engaged with those departments, and we are offering to give them that building so that they can take it over and continue their services there. And I know that Alderman Vos is not on the meeting today. He's in Johannesburg attending the Presidential Investment Summit. So he can't give us an update on exactly where those engagements are. But the last I heard is that they are very close to reaching agreement on that, so that those departments can take over the building. But I just want to say that, again, I reiterate, the city and the state at every level is not a great owner of and manager of property. And when we don't specifically need properties, then we should make sure that they are either released to the public so that the public can develop them and again deliver more affordable accommodation, or that they are transferred to those departments that actually need them and use them. And that is exactly what we are trying to do in this case. And perhaps at our next meeting, Alderman Vos can report back on that. I must give credit to Councillor Makungwana. He has been extremely consistent. He has indeed raised this issue for a number of years. And I really have a great deal of sympathy and agreement with him that those informal taxi ranks must be upgraded. The funding that we receive for My City upgrades is used for the upgrade of taxi ranks that are mainly along the My City lines. And I know that there are a number of upgrades planned and that will go into construction along that My City Cape Flats expansion. I don't have the full list of exactly which ones they are right now, but I know that Councillor Quintas could probably give us a full list or put it in the IM box or send it to you directly. I fear, Councillor, that the list that you have in mind is not the full list that we will be upgrading, because they are not linked to the My City upgrade. And it's important that, given the number of needs that we have in our city, that we prioritize our money to support that My City upgrade and rollout. And so those taxi ranks linked to that upgrade and around that upgrade are the ones that must be prioritized. That's not to say that the others will never be attended to, but we just have to work within the resource envelope that we get. And I will give a chance at the end to Councillor Quintas if he wants to add anything to what I've said or any particulars. Then Councillor Oliver from the UIM, thank you for that question. Yes, it is absolutely our intention. I would love to accelerate those pipe replacements much faster. I would love to do 200 or 500 kilometers a year of sewer and water pipe replacements. Obviously, this is a very expensive program, and we are trying to catch up on quite a big backlog, but we are seeing encouraging results. Obviously, there are still far too many sewer blockages and overflows around the city. But if you look at the data, we record every single sewer overflow and blockage in the city, and those numbers are down by 25% since the beginning of this term. 25% lower. I would have loved for that to be 50% lower or 75% lower or whatever. But I do believe that as we continue to invest, continue to replace and upgrade those sewer networks, that those numbers will come even lower in the months and years ahead. There's a lot more to do. But we have to, again, similar to what I've said to Councillor Makungwana, we have to work within the resource envelope we have. It's simply not affordable for us to replace 500 kilometers a year, as much as we would love to do that genuinely. If we receive significant additional funding from the Metro Trading Services reform or from other government sources, we can certainly look to, and you have my commitment that any spare funding that we have available is likely to be invested in our pipe replacement program, because that is where so much of our need is. Now, Speaker, I'll give, if you don't mind, I'll give a minute to Councillor Quintas to just check if he wants to add anything on those taxi rank upgrades.
That's in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Speaker, to Councillor Makungwana. We have arranged several site visits to many of these ranks. Talani Dasa from our office's community liaison officer has included these and extended these invitations to the councillor. Unfortunately, the majority of these, he has not attended the meetings. They are in contact with one another, but to confirm what the mayor has stated already, our grant funding, which is a consistently shrinking envelope from the National Fiscus, is allocated with a priority for PTIs that are firstly formal and recognized ranks and that are on the My City Phase 2A or other My City networks. As the mayor said, we're not discounting those that are not, and we'll look at what available funding there is in terms of the division of revenue to assist with priority ranks that have been recognized as needed and are not necessarily described as an informal rank that is operating outside of the network planning program. But the councillor is welcome to email me and we can set up a meeting at my office so that we can go through this in greater detail. I know that he has been receiving a lot of information on this already, but perhaps an in-person meeting to iron out each and every single one of those is in order. And my door's open, and council just needs to let us know when he would be available and a suitable date and time, and we'll batten it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes that section. I want to now go to the attendance register. In terms of the councillors that we have that are attending, we have 39 present from the ANC, 118 from the DA. We have 2 from ARA, 6 from the ACDP, 1 from AIC, 3 from Al Jamar, 7 from the CCC, 2 from Cape Exit, 1 from the CMC, 1 from DI, 10 from the EFF, 3 from the Freedom Front Plus, 8 from Good, 5 from the PA, 1 from the PAC, 1 from the UDM, and 1 from the UIM. We have 22 councillors absent And that gives us a total of 209 in the meeting. Now we have gone through the iron box and the registration. And so we will take those numbers as being present for the vote, whichever way the party votes going forward. All right, that takes us then to the remainder of the agenda. The whips.
Speaker?
Councillor Haynes.
I'm sorry, when I raised my hand,
it's fine. I can't
you've
see on
seen
my
in the
page,
inbox
but that's
that the
fine.
ANC, we are 40 and not 31. Councillor Tetani is sharing with Councillor Mbeza.
And did you put that in the iron box? I don't see that, but
yes.
I'll find it. Okay, that's fine. We'll manage that. Okay, just please, in terms of attendance, you can use the iron box because that is a message directly with the Secretariat. Okay, going forward, we're going to move to the remainder of the agenda. The whips have agreed on the following items. In volume 2A, it's items 9 through to 14. In volume 2B, it's items 16, 19, 20, 23, 25, 27, and item 33. In volume 2C, it's items 34 to 43, 43A, and 46A. And then in the items for noting, volume 3, items for noting, item 49 to 55, 57 and 59, sorry, 57 to 59, 61 to 63, and 65 to 72. So now, are there any parties who wish to raise a comment in regard to the above agreed matters? Councillor Tandela?
Thank you very much, Speaker. On the items that in the which meeting we agreed on, we'll submit our votes, though to the item that we don't agree with. Thank you very much.
So you're going to submit that to the Secretariat, Rihanna?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you.
All right, that's fine. Okay. Just please make sure we get it, otherwise we have to correct the minutes again. Thank you. Now we are going to the remainder of the agenda, and we're going to start with volume 2A and item 4. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Little.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Speaker, let me highlight only a few issues on this IDP budget amendments that goes to the heart of our communities. The land acquisition target has been cut from 47 hectares to 16. In a city facing a housing crisis, that is not a refinement, it's a retreat. Fewer hectares mean fewer homes, and fewer homes mean more people left waiting. Yet the city continues to auction off land with no regard for those on the waiting list. With regards to the 900,000 job seekers on the database, the city has lowered its target because it was underperforming. How is this possible that 39 million was taken away from a program because the city could not deliver? Not because there is no demand, but because the program is not working as it should. Then there is the financial reality. The city's own documents acknowledge that what is billed is not what is collected. Residents are under pressure, non-payment is rising, affordability is declining. These are not small issues, Mr. Speaker. So we must ask, will we be able to afford the loans we've been taking without clear projects? And can we account for the spending? Because the mayor has yet to answer what has happened to these funds, despite repeated questions over more than 12 months. This report tells us that several submissions were received, yet no number is provided. But when you read Annexure C, it shows that there were only 7. Again, this reflects a lack of meaningful public engagement. As one of your own councillors said, it was a tick box exercise. We have now adjusted the IDP budget for the 3rd time in 9 months, just 3 months before the end of the financial year. We have received more promises of greatness this morning, but unemployment in communities and high cost of living continues without any hope in sight. Speaker, maybe we can explain the city of hope narrative so often repeated. At this point, the question to be answered is hope for whom? Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, conclude. Thank you. That's fine. Councillor David from the DA.
Hi, good morning, Speaker. I normally don't like to answer the councillor, but it's probably is wise to do that. So land acquisition, our record speaks for itself in South Africa. We do more land acquisitions than any other party anywhere else in South Africa. Number two, 900,000 job seekers. People are applying for jobs here. We've got the lowest unemployment rate and we've created more jobs than anywhere else. And I'm sure Councillor Little is absolutely aware of that because we shouted from the rooftops and we've proved it over and over and over again. And number three, on spending, we have another clean audit. So if there is anything about our spending or budgets or money questions, speak to the Auditor General. We've just received another clean audit. So all three points are moot. And then she says only 7 responded. That's not meaningful. I'll come back to what the mayor asked earlier. Why has no one in the opposition then responded? If you only have 7 and all 7 were not even related to it, there's ample opportunity to respond. So it's not an indictment on the city. We've made it available. We've opened the comment period. We've widely advertised it. People did respond. Few responded. Maybe why they responded because nobody has a problem with it. But if councillors or anybody feels they need to respond, then they should respond. So that's my answer to her. If you look at the proposed amendments to the 2025-26 mid-year, we have to do it. It's incumbent upon us. If we don't do it, then we are for soothsayers or foreseers, because we'll know exactly what a 5-year budget looks like. We have to adjust it. It's incumbent upon and it's legislated, and that is why we do it. And in terms of that, the recommendations are there. Council consider for public comment submitted. The Council approve the proposed amendments to the IDP that emanate from the Council approved 25-26 mid-year adjustment budget, both in the next year A and B. And I hereby move the recommendation, Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a recommendation on page 1. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Thank you. Seconded. Those against? All right. If anyone's against, they need to put it in the iron box for their party. PA is against, EFF's against, Goods against, and Al Jamar's against, Cape Exit's against, and the CCC's against, and so is Ara. Okay, that's about it. We're moving on to the next item, item 5. We have a recommendation on page 77, and the first speaker here is Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller, unmute yourself.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Continue.
Okay. The Mayor loves to compare Cape Town with the rest of South Africa, but it is senseless to compare a dying horse with an already dead one. Unfortunately, this IDP will be the death of Cape Town. As we all know, the IDP is the umbrella structure that dictates all policy in the city. From the budget to water and sanitation, to the environment, to housing policy, everything is dictated to by this IDP. And it is quite simply economic suicide to anyone who bothers to look at the obvious incentives it creates. This amended IDP uses words like prudent spending and being responsive to changing circumstances, and then proceeds to happily spend hardworking Cape Townians' money like it's an endless fountain. In the face of mass protest amongst ratepayers and civic organizations in Cape Town, delivering a 97% public participation process objecting to the IDP governed budget, the DA nonetheless marched on regardless, continuing to force its IDP agenda on Cape Town residents, perhaps to please their national partners, the ANC. I don't have time to go into all of the low-cost housing, high-density, local community-destroying projects the city has pushed across Cape Town in recent years, such as the Bloberg Big Bay Earth 1117 project, the O'Parterflay Rowan Farm and other low-cost housing projects in Gordons Bay, Strand, as well as Claremont, the completely unsuitable, high-density, long-distance trade schools in places like Bergfleet, Cornerstone Park, Milnerton, Durbanville, and Brackenfell, or the Masipumalele LSDF in the Deep South, which currently holds a population of 44,000 economic migrants in 7,000 households, with up to 70% unemployment, if you can believe it. If this IDP-driven project goes ahead, then in 10 years' time, that number is projected to increase to 18,000 households and over 100,000 migrants making their way down into the Deep South to get a free house thanks to the DA. The IDP informs us that budget expenditure should be reasonable and in line with inflation, yet the budget does nothing of the sort. Quite the contrary. The city admits that its average increases are double what inflation is, with many families struggling to pay bills many times higher than that. And the DA boasts that over 70% of these massive increases are for subsidies to the indigent or poor, such as free houses, free water, and free electricity. And as a result, this is creating an economic incentive for the indigent from other provinces and Africa to flood into Cape Town to take advantage of these free benefits. And of course, who wouldn't want a free house in Cape Town? It's basic economics, but free is never free. IDP projects like these raise the cost of living, reduce job opportunities, and destroy local community infrastructure. This IDP is the reason why traffic, sewage, pollution, crime, poverty, and unemployment in Cape Town is what it is. If we want to see the lives of Cape Town residents improve, we need to understand that charity starts at home. We need to allow entrepreneurs and small businesses to provide more jobs by removing the heavy burden of red tape and excessive rates and taxes. We need to hold citywide referendums to get a mandate to keep more of the taxes we give to national government here in Cape Town, and we need to support reasonable, natural, and organic growth of the city, not communist-era spatial and social engineering as the DA is currently doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Councillor Jacobs from ARA.
Speaker, am I audible?
So, yes, sir, you are.
Good morning to you, Speaker. And good morning to the councillors, the officials, and Mayor, I greet you all. I want to state up front, as ARA, we're not opposed to this document. It aligns with the Municipal Structures Act 32 of 2000, and we recognize the IDP as the city's primary tool to respond to the needs of its people. But Speaker, the real and core issue before us today is not policy, it is performance. Every financial year, billions of rands are allocated to various directorates for service delivery, upgrades, and development. Yet on the ground, implementation is not happening fast enough. In some cases, it is not happening at all. This is no longer a delay. It is a pattern of failed implementation. And it leaves us to ask the fundamental question: what is truly happening to Cape Town ratepayers' money? Billions are invested in health upgrades, yet clinics in Pelican Park, Mitchell's Plain, Retreat, Heideveld, and townships, just to mention a few, remains overcrowded, under-maintained, undignified for residents. And these are the report backs that we receive from city officials on the sub-council level. Year after year, the same problems, the same allocations, the same failures, and new budgets are approved for the same issues. This is not progress. This is repetition without accountability. Billions gets allocated for RDP housing, but where are the houses? Yes, houses are being built, but Speaker, not fast enough. The waiting list stretches 30 to 40 years. Backyard dwellers continue to grow. At the same time, Speaker, families earning just above the 15,000 threshold who are living in DCRU, some of them since birth, are being served eviction notices and given a 1 month to vacate with no alternative accommodation. This places families in a vulnerable and displaced position. This is displacement without solution. And it's all due because of either no or slow implementation of the city's housing mandate. This creates tension with Section 26 of the Constitution of South Africa, which guarantees the right to housing. It also contradicts the city's commitment to spatial justice under the Municipal Spatial Development Framework. Instead of reducing inequality, Speaker, we are deepening the housing crisis. A further concern, Speaker, officials comes before sub-council, like beggars, asking ward councillors for funds because there is no budget. How is this possible? Billions allocated to their directorates, yet they don't have access to these funds. And may I add, these are capable officials, qualified people, educated individuals, who I believe genuinely love communities, but they are being set up to fail by a system that does not support implementation and reduce them to beggar status and creates frustration within your own DA councillors. And so we have to be honest, Speaker, this is not a funding problem. It is an accountability problem. Because when allocation is high, but delivery is low, it tells us one thing clearly: something in the system is not working. What is budgeted versus what is delivered raises serious concerns about transparency, governance, accountability, effectiveness. Speaker, a city cannot claim to be a well-run city when its budgets grow, but the people's conditions do not improve. And so, Speaker, we are not against this document, as I said early on, but we are concerned about its implementation and Cape Town's ratepayers' money. Because when billions are spent and people's conditions do not change, we must ask ourselves, what then is the system truly delivering?
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Davids.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Once again, I need to answer. So, Jack Miller, the best thing to say to me reminds me of Eugene Branch and the horse. Remember, he fell off the horse the one time the horse kicked him, and the other time the horse bit his ear. So the less said about the horse, the better. Mass protests were 97% in the public participation against it. I don't know where he got those figures, probably somewhere after the horse kicked him. He's talking about housing, say, wants us to do no housing. Then he talks about the 5-year plan. This is the revised one for 26-27 on a 5-year plan. It's got nothing to do with the 10-year plans. I don't know where he got his 10-year plan from, because this amendment, as I said, is for the 26-27 financial year. And then he says, we charity brings at home, but we mustn't look after the poor. Yes, we must look after the poor. We must look after our most vulnerable. And I think he's already had to apologize about mass immigration and busing people to Cape Town. And I'll ask him to please refrain from that unless he wants to apologize again, Speaker. So the less said about that, the better. Councillor Jacobs, thanks. You made a lot of points, but our track record, we've got the highest infrastructure spend of any municipality or metro in South Africa. Surely you know that, and our budget is the highest, and we spend the money. So government officials running to councillors, they can't be, city officials can't run to councillors. We don't have the money. It's in the budget that was approved, and we've got to spend the budget. So I don't know who they're running to. If they're running to you, maybe you know something that we don't, but I've never witnessed that way. City officials come as beggars to us looking for money. And then you're talking about clinics and things like that. There are certain competencies that are local, and there's certain competencies that are provincial and national. And I think you've got to read up to see exactly what the city's got to do and what actually comes from national government. I think you're confused about the 3 spheres of government. Speaker, from my side, the recommendations for item number 5, the executive made the table the IDP review. And the recommendations are A, B, and C. But basically, it says council approve for public comment period of minimum of 21 days on the IDP for the 22-27 one. And this is the 26-27 review. I so far move the review. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendation is as stated previously on page 77. Those in favour of the recommendation, please indicate. DA second. Yes, thank you. Those against, please indicate. All right, so we start with Cape Exit, EFF, Good, ARA, CCC, Al Jamar. All right, we're moving on, and the PA. All right, thank you. There's no point of order. There's no right of reply. This is political debate. We're moving on. The next item is item 6, and the first speaker on this item is Councillor Janse van Vuren.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Please carry on.
Good morning, Speaker, Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors. Today we are presented with the 25-26 mid-year adjustment budget. While the city administration may frame this as a necessary technical exercise, the Freedom Front Plus views it through a much more sobering lens, the lens of the struggling ratepayer in Cape Town. We are living in a time and in a city where the cost of living is not just rising, it is exploding. Our residents are being squeezed from every side by skyrocketing fuel prices, national inflation, and most significantly, by the city's own aggressive tariff structures. Let us look at the facts. This adjustment budget reflects a city that continues to demand more from its citizens while offering less in terms of real and genuine financial relief to ratepayers in mid to higher income brackets. The costs of water and electricity have become a primary driver of household poverty in our metro. The city's reliance on fixed charges, levied regardless of actual consumption, is a direct assault on the principle of fairness. The Freedom Front Plus is deeply concerned by the city's apparent disregard for the economic reality of its residents. We see a phasing out of subsidies to the rates account from electricity sales, yet the tariffs remain punitively high. We see a city that prides itself on financial sustainability while its ratepayers are drowning in debt. Speaker, the citizens of Cape Town are not just unhappy, they are pushed to the brink. One need only look at the High Court case brought by SAPOA and supported by various ratepayer associations against this very city. This legal battle over the 2025-26 budget and its unfair tariff models is a clear indictment of this administration's failure to pay attention to those who literally keep the lights on, even for those who does not pay. When the public is forced to take their own government to court just to ensure that rates and taxes are levied fairly and legally, it is a sign that the social contract in Cape Town is broken. While there are some positives in the adjustment budget, like the funds budgeted for the Into Safety project, the Freedom Front Plus cannot, in good conscience, fully support a budget process that ignores the thousands of objections and petitions from residents who simply cannot afford to live in their own city anymore. We call on this council to stop hiding behind clean audits and infrastructure plans while the people who pay for them are being taxed out of their homes. It is time for the city of Cape Town to show genuine empathy and to restructure its budget to prioritize the survival of its ratepayers over the expansion of its own coffers. The Freedom Front Plus will continue to stand with the ratepayers of Cape Town against this callous disregard for their well-being. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Solomons from the CCC.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, when the Mayor tabled the budget for this financial year, he proudly called it the budget of hope. But let's be honest, hope is not delivery. Hope is what you sell people when you cannot guarantee results. As the NCC, we have some concerns with this adjustment budget. With 100,000 Rand allocated for bursaries for non-employees, which sounds commendable on paper, but who exactly will benefit? Because history has shown us that opportunities like these rarely reach the communities that need them most. Then we have 30 million Rand removed from human settlements for the Sheffield Road housing project, now handed over to provincial government. How are we handing over 30 million Rand when only 8.5 million was budgeted for this project this financial year, and 3.4 million is already spent? So which current housing projects are now being sacrificed and delayed because of funds being shifted without transparency? Madam Speaker, the most painful failure in this adjustment budget is in safety and security. The law enforcement capacity was increased with 528 cadets at the beginning of this financial year. The budget report clearly stated, and I quote, to improve the safety and security of communities. Though we understand, Madam Speaker, that policing falls under national government, we fail to see how these 528 cadets contributed to the safety and security of any community. None of these cadets contributed to keeping Lushan Hendricks from Hanover Park, Dana Lee Coetzee from Atlantis, or Ashton Brooks from Lavender Hills safe. These are not just names. These are innocent children whose blood is now flooding the streets of Cape Town because of a system that is clearly not working. Millions of rands being pushed into safety and security, yet none of us are safe. Law enforcement office focusing on issuing fines, generating revenue instead of ensuring safety. And the evidence is clear, with a 10.9 million performance incentive awarded to safety and security for cash collecting. So let us not pretend, Madam Speaker, this is not about safety, this is about income generation. And now we are expected to support even more funding for law enforcement training, when the current system is already failing the very people it claims to protect. That is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, we must also question priorities when 1 million rand is being allocated for baboon management, while our communities are crying out for dignified services. The people are our voters, not the baboons. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the people deserve a budget that delivers real safety, honored commitment to housing, and a budget that includes all of us, not just a few of you. We as the NCC cannot support this nonsense. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. Open up, Councillor Dixon.
Okay. Can I go?
That's yes, you're supposed to go now. Your time's on.
Okay. The March 2026 adjustment budget shows this administration is capable of swift action on paper. The city has successfully processed new allocations of 10 million for the special needs mobility and an additional 1 million to stabilize the baboon management transition, which is a good thing. However, that same administrative energy is absent when it comes to the 550 million windfall in investment revenue, which was left to feed the city's cash base. Madam Speaker, the Mayor speaks of innovation in his new 10% unlocking of funds from projects, which was introduced in January 2026. Examples of housing projects that did not benefit. The Sheffield housing project, 30.6 million was cut from the ISUPG grant. Why? The National Treasury refused to roll over the total amount from 24-25. Reason? The city could not approve its own building plans fast enough to get a contractor on site. Other stalled projects, Guguletto Infill Project, Valhalla Park Integrated Housing, Macassar BNG Housing, Pelican Park Phase 2, and I'm not then even mentioning the Leeuloop and Founders Garden in the inner city, which hadn't had anything done to date. This reinforces the all talk, no bricks criticism from housing activists. Madam Speaker, in the Transport Department, projects are fast-tracked to handle bottlenecks, but in human settlements, this is not done. Why does my city bus get a fast track through the planning department, but a house in Sheffield Road gets stuck in a 3-year queue? In February, financial management report shows a massive cash balance of roughly 21 billion in total. This includes a 7.76 billion in highly liquid cash. The city of Cape Town is currently in a state of financial obesity. It is cash rich, but delivery poor. Even if I listen to the people that spoke before me. And it is now cannibalizing its own project budgets by the removal of the 10% lock from all projects. We don't have a budget crisis. We have a willingness and a capability crisis in the massive 7.76 billion cash cushion that the city holds.
That's it. Thank you. All right, we finished. Are you complete? Your time's up now. Thank you. All right, we move on to the next one, Councillor Cotti.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you continue.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Mayor, councillors, officials, and members of the public, let me also state Welcome to our ANC councillors, our two new ANC councillors in the city of Cape Town. Speaker, on the issue of the adjustment budget, the ANC welcomes the adjustment budget with concerns, serious concerns. 100,000 for bursary applications for non-employees of the city of Cape Town. And as already indicated, it's too little. And the difficulty that we're having, it's only for friends and families of people within the city of Cape Town. 600,000 for law enforcement training that we support. 10 million towards dial-a-ride, and I hope it's for dial-a-ride, which says provision of for people with special needs. Human settlements decrease of 30.6% around the Sheffield housing project that was already indicated by previous councillors. Speaker, what is concerning and worrying for us, and you will find that on page 276, Phoenix pump upgrade, a reduction of 850,000. What is further worrying, Speaker, is that almost 46 items has been verified in this particular budget. The amount goes into millions, 46 variants. It means that the Safety and Security Department is playing cat and mouse or chess with our taxpayers' money. And this is the same MMC in Safety and Security that wants to, is now jogging for Deputy Chairperson's position within the Federal Council of the DA. He cannot even run the City of Cape Town Safety and Security. How is he able to run the DA Federal Council? And I want to appeal to our DA councillors that are voting, please don't vote for JP Smith in that council. Speaker, Pahala Park housing project is already indicated 1 million reduction. Land acquisition reduced from what 3.7 million, while the DA administration is selling prime state properties, and that is for the DA funders for the election campaign. Speaker, the other funds which has also been concerning is that the two items that is on 1 million reduction and 3.7 million reduction pertaining to funds that, and it says in the report, Speaker, these funds were removed from these projects despite it's already being reduced in the January 2026 adjustment budget. Now, how is it possible that we are reducing this budget twice, in the January adjustment budget and now? It just says there's indication to the city that there are poor planning, poor execution, bad performance, bad management, and that is a DA that does not work for the city of Cape Town. There's no accountability within this budget. We can present.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mazwi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Councillors, officials, media, and members of the public, I greet you in the name of the EFF. Somlomo okokuqala nokokubalulekileyo kukuba ndithi enkosi kubahlali baseDanuni for voting economic freedom fighters. Ndifuna ukuthi kubo sivile isikhalo senu kwaye sizosabela. Kwenziwa kenjalo ke bantwana bahle, kuthethwa ngevoti hayi ngomlomo. Madam Speaker, we are here today. The item before us, Adjustment Budget 2025-26, to be approved as it is by this sitting. We gather like this year in, year out, approving neoliberal budget for the DA-led government. That is beautiful only on the paper and not translate to the services on the ground. We are here today again to approve the budget that does not speak to us, to our people, the people of Khayelitsha, the people of Danone, Mfuleni, the people of Mitchell's Plain, and the people of Gugulethu. The citizens of Cape Town are not happy. They are dying in debts because of this administration that keeps on taking away from them instead of ensuring and easing their lives. It is very much difficult, Madam Speaker, to discuss with the people that do not know how it is to live in these areas, because the reports that are black on white, DA-led, tick box exercise is the order of the day in the city of Cape Town. Madam Speaker, every year, budget is adjusted. It's even worse this year. We just adjusted it and now we are doing it again. And it's being approved by this council, but never saw any improvements in our areas. One would wonder, where is the recent adjustment budget? Our streets are dark, no electricity. Our streets are dirty. We were recently there in Danun. We were swimming, smelling, and felt like sipping the sewer. That is the picture and the reality of the poorest of the poor area, where the budget is supposed to speak to and translate the work to those areas. This city is a selective city of hope. DA failed our people with their failure and without accountability. Economic Freedom Fighters caucus in the city of Cape Town rejects this item. Asizovuma sivumele ukunikwa umva wesandla kodwa isandla sikhona. I thank you, Speaker.
Councillor. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Dedizani.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Continue.
Speaker, firstly, welcome to Councillor Bulelo Mayende of the ANC from Ward 104. Speaker, one must begin by acknowledging what is plainly before us. This is not a city in financial distress. The adjustment budget reflects 76.1 billion in revenue, 71.3 billion in expenditure, and a surplus of about 4.8 billion. In further showcases, 17 billion in cash and investment, 9.6 billion in year-end cash, and cash-backed surplus exceeding 9.3 billion. So let us be clear from the outset. Cape Town is not constrained. Cape Town is selected. The city asks us to celebrate the prudence and the so-called clean books and audit. But a city does not exist to impress accountants. It exists to improve the living conditions of its people. That is where the contradictions emerges. Because outside these tables, we still see informal settlements expanding, flooding that remains predictable and unresolved, sanitation that still lacks dignity in many areas, and communities who continue to wait year after year for meaningful change. The question is no longer whether the city can manage money. The question is why this level of financial strength does not translate into faster, fairer change where it is most needed. A surplus of 4.8 billion is presented as good governance, but in a deeply unequal city, a surplus is not neutral. It raises a simple but uncomfortable question. What was not done that could have been done? A surplus is the difference between what was collected and what was delivered. In this case, it suggests a city that is more comfortable preserving stability and accelerating transformation. One might say with a measured sense of irony that while the city has mastered the discipline of saving, many of its residents are still waiting for experience and discipline of delivery. We are told that the services are being provided and that millions benefit from basic service programs. That might be so, but maintaining a system is not the same as transforming it. If over 1.4 million people remain in informal settlements, if large numbers still depend on free basic services, and if inequality remains spatially entrenched, then what we are witnessing is not breakthrough but managed continuity. The city has become efficient at administering inequality without fundamentally dismantling it. This budget also reveals something more subtle in its priorities. We see increased allocation towards safety and enforcement, while programs that support employment and livelihood opportunities such as EPWPs are reduced. Safety is essential, but one must ask whether we are investing sufficiently in resolving the causes of inequality or becoming more comfortable managing its consequences. When enforcement grows faster than opportunity, it reflects a city that is preparing to contain pressure rather than remove it. This issue is not whether the city can do more, it is whether it chooses to do so with urgency and intent. Speaker, this is a budget that is financially so-called sound, technically compliant, and administratively aggressive, but it is also a budget that is cautious whether it
Councillor Tejido, please. Councillor Tejido.
Speaker, Mr. Mayor and councillors, members of the public, and welcome to the ANC's newest councillors, Mayende and Councillor George. Look, Madam Speaker, the budget as it stands right now, it remains an attack to the poorer communities of Cape Town. The mayor speaks very passionately about how the city is the city of hope. The relevant question that was asked by one councillor earlier here was that, but hope for who? If the budget, Madam Mayor, Madam Speaker, does not speak to the issues that affects the people of Europe, Ghana, and Chad, actually, if the budget, even in 2026, at the end of the term, does not speak whether or not there is going to be continuation or going to be implementation of the Southern Corridor development, which was going to help the municipality to move away from even the thought of building a dead wall on the N2 that the mayor makes as an issue. And this, the ANC says with absolute sensitivity to the people who, in one way or the other, would have been affected by the sporadic criminal activity that is taking place along those roads. Recently, if one looks at a major top European countries or countries abroad who raised the alert about the country, they also make mention of some other criminal activity that happens in the city on different other roads. But Mayor, what cannot leave our attention is the emphasis on the mayor's side on how the state is unable, including the city of Cape Town, is unable to manage its properties, which then translates to this municipality and council being an unintended and a willing agent for private developers. Because every piece of prime land in Cape Town, in every council meeting, that gets to be appropriated and be sold to private developers. And the mayor says this is going to last long after we've left council, which is true. But would that not mean then that the mayor is throwing a javelin that is thrown to the other side when the term ends? Because the problem that we are facing currently with this budget, Madam Speaker, it does not speak. How are the people who live along the Jafta K Masemula, all of it, are going to be saved from the current collapse of the sewer pipeline along the Jafta K Masemula? Even though there is activity at the corner of White 96 in Makas, but people are currently living in sinkholes along that road, Jafta K Masemula, and the budget does not say anything about the interventions in these areas. Now, the problem that
Councillor Bandesi, conclude. Councillor Tido, your time's over about 15 minutes, 15 seconds. Thank you, Councillor Bandesi.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. Honorable Speaker, today I present the March 2026 adjustment budget for 2025-2026 financial year. This adjustment budget is required primarily due to new allocation and amendments issued in the Provincial Gazette Extraordinary number 9194 that was published on the 16th of February 2026. So, and I think that if Councillor had the audacity possible to read page 207 of the agenda, they would have seen that. and therefore their line of input then is in line with that. Therefore, these adjustments ensure that our budget remains responsive, legally compliant, and aligned with the needs of our residents. That's very important. Speaker, in the interest of clarity, therefore allow me to briefly outline the major adjustments reflected on this budget. First of all, is a new allocation of 100,000 that has been made to the Financial Management Capacity Building Grant. This funding will provide bursaries for individuals within our communities, helping us grow the next generation of financial management professionals. So that process, Councillor Koti, it's a process that doesn't have eyes and ears, never targets comrades or friends. It's a fair process that anyone and everyone individual that needs to be the next generation of a financial management professional would get the opportunity to get the bursary. Second is an additional 400,000 has been allocated to the Municipal Service Delivery Capacity Building Grant. This will support initiatives that promote social well-being and local economic growth, particularly within the urban waste management. Then R1 million has been added to the Environment and Wildlife Management Grant. This supports the implementation of strategic baboon management plans. And I don't want to get into the baboon and people discussion by the NCC Councillor, but I think it is also important for Councillor to understand that it is very, very essential for the balancing of conservation and community needs. So if you stay in that area, you would understand the need of baboon management. And additionally, Madam Speaker, really, I take exception to this councillor from NCC around Safety and Security Directorate, that she would just not see the impact that this administration and the investment that this administration has done in the Safety and Security Department in trying really to make up for a failure, monumental failure that we all know that happens with the SEPs, thanks to the national government of the ANC. And for her to really ridicule and think that their job is just to write tickets and increase revenue while they are saving lives, they are taking guns off the streets, they are taking drugs off the streets, which NCC, by the way, would never dare to do possible, protect those that do those. So I really take exception to that. So this 600,000 is indeed very, very important for that Directorate, Safety and Security. A further 10 million rand has been provided as well, correctly, Councillor Koti, for dial-a-ride, for the provision of persons with special needs. And this investment also enables improved mobility and transport access within the Urban Mobility Directorate to ensure a more inclusive city. The Human Settlement Development Grant allocation decreases by 30 million rand, as has been alluded. This followed the transfer of the Sheffield Road Housing Project to the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure. DA-run in department, one will need to be worried about the money missing, definitely. So the delivery there will definitely come, I can assure you. Then also, importantly, Speaker, the underlying budget assumptions such as CPI, collection ratio, interest levels, and wage hours remain unchanged at this stage. And therefore, Speaker, this adjustment budget reaffirms the city's unwavering commitment to delivering services that meet the needs of our residents today, while laying the foundation for a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient Cape Town. And that also speaks to the question that was asked twice, I think, the question of hope, budget of hope. Hope for who? Hope for Cape Townians. Hope for South Africans. The South African metros in the country are collapsing. We've got to be the beacon of hope. That's what this is all about. When people look at Cape Town, they need to see that South Africa And those metros can still be salvaged. That's the point of the hope. Because you have an ability to see it in Kailicha, you are seeing it in Hanover Park, you're seeing it in Durbanville, you're seeing it everywhere, that Cape Town is able to deliver services to all these people. That is why it's not by coincidence, therefore, to name the budget of hope. It is hope for Cape Townians. It is certainly hope for Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, eThekwini, Nelson Mandela Bay, and certainly Gombo City. So that's what the hope is, to try to answer those two councillors who were asking hope. Hope for yourselves. You should be hopeful. We must be hopeful that this country of ours can do better than what it does now. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor has asked, in terms of his right of response, that JP responds on his behalf in terms of some of the issues raised. Alderman Smith.
Chairperson, am I audible?
You are. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I must really categorically reject the misrepresentation by some of those earlier opposition speakers. If we could just put some facts on the table, over the past 3 months, these Metro Police officers, or NSOs, or the cadets as she referred to, have started making their presence felt in these communities. They've achieved over 200 arrests for various crimes and confiscated over 1,000 units of drugs. Between September and November last year, we deployed in over 90 wards, and these officers have arrested 115 suspects for drug-related crimes and confiscated over 1,070 units of drugs, including Mandrax, Dagga, Tik, and so forth. They've made arrests for dealing in prescription medication through partnerships with the local communities and the neighborhood watches and the CPFs. They've managed to arrest 94 persons for various crimes ranging from attempted murder to burglary to possession of dangerous weapons, including knives, zip guns, and firearms. They've recovered firearms all over the city, from Makassar to Atlantis and Philippi in between. They've also put their traffic enforcement to good use with regular vehicle checkpoints and stop street enforcement, which has resulted in the arrest of 31 persons for driving under the influence of alcohol. During a walkabout I did with them in Denemere, a mother came out and said, "Thank you for doing that," as her 12-year-old boy had been struck by a motorist at that spot, had gotten very serious injuries, and had to have a series of operations to restore the damage done. So doing traffic enforcement is not a joke. Some years ago, we used to lose as many people on our roads from traffic accidents as we do from violent crime. So it's important that we give effect to that as well. In addition to confiscating illegal guns and drugs and saving lives and arresting criminals, they are also tasked with traffic and bylaw enforcement. That's our actual constitutional competency. And we enforce those offences not for income, which shows you perhaps how some of the opposition councillors think and why they should not run the city, but to change behaviour and avoid accidents which cost lives, and to improve the quality of life, Speaker, of all the people in all of our communities. People in poorer communities deserve the same quality of life than middle class and rich residents as which those demand for themselves. And our officers enforce bylaws to improve that quality of life for those communities. Speaker, a couple of examples. On 16 February, while they were working on Jacques Scherwel and Klipfontein Road in Heideveld, they saw 2 men who looked suspicious, and they conducted a search of their backpack and discovered 26 rounds of ammunition. One of the men attempted to flee but was apprehended and was detained for that. Similarly, if you look at Mitchell's Plain, they made arrest for scholar transport, where scholar transport drivers were under the influence. If we had not done that, that could have been one of the many horrific accidents we have seen. And so I can give you examples in Bishop Lavis and all over the city. But Speaker, while the city employed those 528 new cadets, national government removed even more. We have repeatedly drawn attention to the fact that while we're making investments, national government is stripping resources. So since the beginning of this term, as the mayor said, we've had 2,600 additional officers that we've deployed. But in that same time, SAPS has removed 1,313. We've added 560 more vehicles, but SAPS have reduced their vehicle fleet by almost as much. So, Speaker, it's delusional to believe that the city investment will rescue us when we pour a cup of water into the bath and SAPS scoops out a bucket. That's why we recover investigative abilities, because we can't keep on chasing the same criminals over and over. So I understand that it's election time and that opposition councillors have to abide by their party political talking points and narratives. But they shouldn't allow their desire for political points to undermine their ability to reflect the facts. It's interesting to see Speaker Councillor Koti trying to play factional politics in the DA. He mustn't listen to everything that's whispered to him. He doesn't seem to understand the structures of the party and exposes his lack of knowledge. And within the ANC party structures, it is such a mess that they can't even maintain regional structures and drop below 50% in the ward, in their own ward in a by-election. So perhaps he should focus on his own party's affairs, as there's enough chaos and lack of leadership there to keep him busy. And finally, Speaker, I'm grateful for his endorsement of my candidature for Deputy Chair of Federal Council. When your political opponents hate you and constantly rail against you, it's because you're relevant in doing your job. When your political opponents praise you and endorse your candidature, you're likely a puppet or collaborator of theirs. And luckily, my colleagues understand this as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 197. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll just read the iron box for the people that are online. DA support, PA against, good against, EFF against, other against, CMC in favour. PA doesn't know what they're doing. I'm not sure. That's nothing to do with this meeting. Okay, and the CCC are against. Al-Jamaa are not supporting. All right, thank you. The recommendation is carried. So we move on to page...
ANC against, Speaker.
Thank you. Just put it there for the record. Thank you.
I doesn't go through, Speaker. My apologies for interjecting.
That's fine. No problem. We'll note it. Okay, we've got it. Thank you. We're moving then on to item 7. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Speaker. I table the item.
Thank you. The item is tabled and the process will continue. We move then on to item 8. And the recommendations are on page 384. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Majuza.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are. Continue.
No, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, the item in front of us is an adage epitome of the Municipal Systems Act, Section 6 of Chapter 2. Speaker, investment is one of the most much-needed catalytical factors in liberating our society from the bondages of inequality and to revive hope and progress, particularly for our future generations, which are commonly socialized through our schools. Speaker, we fully welcome this much-needed development, despite the time delay, the frustrations endured by the organizing committee of the young Romans, but I must say that at last the light is starting to glow at the end of the tunnel. Let alone the potential philanthropies, which we hope, Speaker, that such good Samaritans that seeks to assist growth and development in our city should not be taken from pillar to post, whilst we do not have any plans for any form of property or assets as a city. Speaker, this initiative is one of a kind, and it will rekindle the dwindling school sports, particularly within the affected sub-council and the surroundings. I must further thank our thorough and progressive sports development advocates such as Mr. Thabiso Shoes Mekuto, the former IX Cape Town and Cape Town City spokesperson, Mr. Wandisi Dengei, and of course the late Mr. Ralph Stillman, whom was remembered this past weekend through a ritual ceremony by his family and the entire team. I was not forgetting the leader of the opposition from the provincial legislature for all his support to the project, Comrade Mohammed Khalid Said, Bantu staff and the affected sub-council as well, for keeping the hopes of Guguletu school sports alive. And this is not the first initiative from this hard-working committee, as it started with the current running soccer turf situated at NO91 that hosts people as far as Kailicha, Langa, and Nyanga every Sundays in keeping a fit Sunday league. And thanks to Amagala Isfapano, Abafana Bomtandazo, and must say, more is coming and hoping to see members of this council coming and visiting this wonderful site very soon. Thanks a lot, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkanazi.
Umolo somlomo nephunga lonke nabahlali ngokubanzi. Esindulo sibonisa mhlophe ukuba isixeko saseKapa siyayiqonda indima yezemidlalo ezikolweni ngokuthi kunikezelwe ngomhlaba ERF 7505 kwisikolo samabanga aphantsi iNobantu Primary School eseGugulethu eDora Ntamane Street. Urhulumente okhokhelwe yiDemocratic Alliance uzohlala uthe gqolo uxhasa amaphulo nezidingo zezikolo zethu bahlali. Sizoqhubeka sisenza ngcono rhoqo sisebenzisana nezikolo ngokubanzi kuba zibalulekile kakhulu indawo zokudlalela abantwana bethu. Ngoko ke somlomo ndiphakamisa ukwamkela isindululo kwiphepha 84 sokuba sinikezwa umhlaba esi sikolo saseGugulethu. Enkosi.
Interpreter? Norma?
I support this recommendation. We are aware that the Education Department is very privy of all the needs of our learners in our sections, and it is prioritizing them for the benefit of all the learners. Therefore, I support this.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are on page 384. Those in favour of the recommendations? Support? Okay, thank you. Those against? EFF supports. CMC supports. Al-Jamaa supports. Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried. We're going to move on to then item 15, and the first speaker here is Councillor Makwina.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, let me first, Madam Speaker, welcome Councillor Pindile George and Councillor Bulelo Mayet to this council. And in the very same vein, thank the people of Danun for showing their unwavering support for the ANC and their explicit rejection of the DA in that ward. Back to the item, Madam Speaker. We must first say as the ANC, we support the transfer of this land for its intended purposes of extending the R300. However, this item exposes the hypocrisy of the DA-led city of Cape Town as it continues to deceive many of our people by saying it's a caring city and that it delivers for all. This piece of land, like many other pieces of land in the city, such as the recently auctioned pieces of land by the DA-led city of Cape Town that does not care nor deliver for the poor and downtrodden, afforded an opportunity for the city to redress the despicable damage done by apartheid on spatial, social, and economic environment to our people. Instead, the city wants to perpetually maintain the status quo of our people living in the periphery and far from economic activities and opportunities. People from Philippi, Mitchell's Plain, Kylie, Chamfuleni, in fact, from the Cape Flats, must wake up very early in the morning and travel for kilometers for economic opportunities, which are a stone throw away from affluent areas where whites and the haves stay. This was an opportunity for the mayor, for you, Mayor, and the DA to reverse what was done by your forefathers in the colonial era. What your grandfathers did in the 1913 Natives Land Act, what some of your fathers did in the 1936 Native Trust and Land Act, and what your peers or elderly brothers did with the 1915 Group Areas Act, the indigent people of this country were dispossessed and chased to the far-flung homelands by your people. And these pieces of land afforded you an opportunity to reverse or redress that through social integration and cohesion by bringing our people to or closer to the inner city. When you give lip service, Mayor and the DA, to our people, you say you want to develop our townships, but the challenge you have is that every piece of land is occupied and that there's no relocation space. Here is a piece of land with so much hectares and other pieces of land that you recently turned to private entities and even to foreigners against the wisdom of opposition parties in this chamber, the ANC in particular. We are talking about hectares of land. An RDP or BNG house is 40 square meters, and the TRU or temporal relocation unit is 18 square meters. 1 hectare can cater for 250 RDP houses or 555 TRUs. I will put it to you, Mayor and the DA, that you don't need any land, but all you need is a political will to deliver houses to the people of Danone that you went to give empty promises last week. People of Khayelitsha, Mayor and the DA, don't want billboards, but houses in Taiwan, TR, RR, Monobisi Park, in fact, in all the informal settlements of the city of Cape Town. I so thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Quintus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, through you, a very good afternoon to the virtual chamber. Madam Speaker, much to the relief of this council, I'm actually going to speak to the item and just remind our colleagues in all benches that the City of Cape Town remains the best run metro in South Africa, although perhaps Johannesburg may give us a run for our money soon when former Cape Town Mayor Helen Zille snorkels her way towards the golden chains of office in the City of Gold. For now, however, Cape Town remains a victim of its own success. Our success in service delivery, excellent infrastructure provision, and commitments to invest in more programs to increase and improve on that infrastructure brings many businesses and families to Cape Town. These relocations of families and businesses and their investment in more job-creating enterprises is a great story to tell, but it brings with it some challenges. Congestion, a good problem to have when seen in this context, nonetheless is a very real concern and challenge. And it is not one that the City of Cape Town, as the road agency for municipal roads, can solve alone. This is why our maxim of making progress possible together is highlighted by the sale of these portions of 2 Irvin to the Western Cape government, which is, I might add, the only successful provincial administration in the country and also Democratic Alliance. Surprise, surprise. By providing this public land to the Western Cape government, they will be able to finalize the first phase of the R300 from the N1 to Wellington Road in Durbanville and lay the groundwork for eventually linking up with the N7, improving lives for residents, their connectivity, and for commerce and the movement of people, goods, and services. Adding a stent, if you will, Madam Speaker, into the cardiovascular system that is our city's road network. It should be welcomed, encouraged, and celebrated as we together with the Western Cape government are able to future-proof Cape Town for the growth and further successes we expect to see in the future as a well-run metro in a well-run province. Madam Speaker, I therefore move that this august virtual chamber approve the recommendation to sell the portions of Irvin 5725 and 10179 Durbanville detailed in the report together for 980,000 Rand and 2,450 Rand respectively to the Western Cape government. With the support of this council, we can make progress possible together with the Western Cape government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 592. Those in favour of the recommendation, thank you. So it's DA, CMC, ACDP, EFF. Recommendations carried DI. All right, we move on to the next item, which is item in volume 2B, item 16, it is agreed. We move on to 17, and the recommendations are on page 28. And the first speaker there is Councillor Oliver from the UIM. Councillor Oliver.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
You are. You may continue.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. We must not forget to do what is best for all residents. And today I rise to speak on a matter that sits at the intersection of economic growth, cultural identity, job creation, and the City of Cape Town's film policy. Too often the film industry is viewed merely as entertainment, but in the city it is an economic engine. When we speak about our economy and reducing unemployment, we must recognize that the film sector is one of our greatest assets. Madam Speaker, the positives of a robust, forward-thinking film policy are tangible. Firstly, it's about jobs. The film industry is a labor-intensive sector that creates employment across the board. Secondly, it's about economic injection. A single feature film can inject millions of rands into our local economy within a matter of weeks. Thirdly, it's about a destination marketing. When Cape Town's mountains, beaches, and townships are showcased on global streaming platforms and cinema screens, we are marketing our city to the world at no cost to the ratepayer. This visual exposure drives tourism, which in turn supports more local businesses. Finally, a progressive film policy is a tool of social cohesion. It allows us to tell our own stories by supporting local filmmakers and facilitating location shoots across all communities, from the City Bowl to the Cape Flats. We ensure that diversity of our city is reflected on screen. This builds pride and creates economic opportunities in areas that needs them most. As the UIM, we support this policy, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Speaker. 1 minute. That's all it takes to expose a constitutional outrage hidden in the filming bylaw of 2024. As previously mentioned, Section 9(1)(a) of this bylaw states that the city may enter any property without a warrant, without consent, simply to investigate and enforce any matter relating to filming. This is a warrantless raid on the right to privacy guaranteed by Section 14 of the Constitution. It's unconstitutional and doesn't comply with Section 22 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It's ultra-vires, and this tyranny won't survive in court. Even worse, Madam Speaker, social media influencers and micro-creators, the small filmmakers who put Cape Town on the global map, are now trapped in a permit maze for shoots, even if filming on private property. The Film Office doesn't have consistent answers. Lastly, Madam Speaker, this is harassment of the creative economy the city claims to champion. Repeal Section 9(1)(a) and scrap.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Breslau.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this item is today on the agenda to ask Council to approve some minor amendments to the Cape Town film policy to bring the policy in line with the national government's procurement regulations as per National Treasury Circular 131 issued on the 31st of March 2025. The City of Cape Town has established itself as a global competitive film destination, attracting both local and international filmmakers, and aims to build on its strong global brand to position itself as a premium film hub. This industry supports the key city objectives such as economic growth, job creation, and social inclusivity, while strengthening the city global profile. The film strategy of 2020 for the City of Cape Town notes the importance of the film industry as a key driver of the economy. The film strategy also recognizes the city's strategic role as an enabler for the industries through interventions such as expansion of the Film Office, marketing and communication, as well as funding support through the Film Fund. The film policy lays out important details, processes, and policy positions the city has taken regarding the film industry in Cape Town.
National Treasury Circular 131 and the City Managers Directive required updated to our film policy frameworks, thus to ensure that the policy is in line to national legislation and best practice. The following updates have been made. Firstly, replacing references to right packages with sponsorship packages, and secondly, updating and reducing certain definitions. The amendments will not impact on the city's approach to the supporting of and evaluation of film projects. The review followed due process and was presented to the Policy Coordinating Committee on the 4th of November in 2025 and Maker Caucus on the 18th of November 2025. No issues or concerns was raised. The Public Participation Unit confirmed that the minor proposed amendments do not have material impact on the policy and no public participation is needed. By implementing these amendments, we will align the policy to the circular and directive issued. Madam Speaker, I move the item as per recommendations on page 28 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. Thank you. Those against? Goods against? PAs in favour? URMs in favour? Motion's carried. We move on to the next item, which is item 18 with a recommendation on page 95. And the first speaker there is again Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, to support this memorandum between the city and Stadio University, this is not just a piece of paper. This is an investment in the future of safety of our streets. For too long, our municipal and national officers have had to choose between serving our communities and advancing their education. This bachelor degree in the municipal policing practices changes that. It offers a career ladder specifically designed for unique legal and social challenges we face in Cape Town. By supporting this, we give our local officers and our national partners the academic tools to match their on-ground bravery. We move from reactive policing to proactive policing, professionalism, crime prevention. As the URM, Madam Speaker, we support this. We cannot demand world-class safety without providing world-class training.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. We move on to Councillor Cupido.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I truly hope that your dear councillors will have the guts to listen to this address and respond to its content and not again come here with stories about Johannesburg to gaslight this council with nonsense. Let's deal with this item properly. This report is not just weak, it's legally and procedurally defective. Firstly, legal compliance. We are told this report is compliant, yet it confirms there was no legislative vetting before being brought to council. This alone should stop this item. In terms of the Systems Act and the MFMA, Council cannot approve an agreement that has not been properly legally finalized. Secondly, the report says financial implications, none. But the agreement clearly commits the city to funding bursaries and deploying and paying staff to deliver models. That is a direct financial obligation on the city. So what are we approving here, Speaker? The report or the actual agreement, because they do not say the same thing. And that brings me to the third issue, contradictions. What we are told, no financial implications, no risk, yet this is a 5-year agreement with disputes resolution clauses, operational commitments, and resources allocated from the city. Speaker, that is not a minor oversight. That is material contradictions, and then co-badging is presented as justification, but co-badging simply confirms that Stadio owns the qualification, not the city. So again, what exactly is the city committing to and under what authority? Speaker, this council cannot approve an item where the legal process is incomplete, the financial impact is misrepresented, and the report contradicts the agreement itself. This is not governance. This is a risk. For these reasons, Speaker, the Good Party does not support this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gadini. Councillor Gadini, you were able
thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon to all the councillors. Chief Speaker, the idea to upskill our law enforcement officers in the different departments is a noble one. However, the ANC rejects the proposed memorandum of agreement with the Stadio University on the basis that no financial implications of the agreement are made available to this council. It is not clear who will finance this agreement, whether the workers whom are students will pay for this agreement. KwaXhosa, there's a saying that says, "Kungaqhuma kubasiwe," loosely translated, where there is smoke, there is fire. The management owners of Stadio University have strong links to the Democratic Alliance. In fact, Michel Leroux, who donated between 25 million to 30 million to the DA party, which was the highest ever for a political party to be funded in South Africa for a reporting year, Mitchell Rocks has a 20.553% stake in the PSG Group, which is a shareholder of Stadio University. Michelle Rooks is a founder of Capitec, which Capitec has partnered with Stadio University to provide unsecured educational loans to the student. One hopes this is not in any way to use city staff to tap into this loan scheme as a matter to pay back the 30 million donation by Michel Leroux. It's true what they say, there is no free lunch in politics. Now it's time for the DA to pay its master back, Michel Leroux, the 30 million that they funded for this election. As the ANC, we reject this item. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wa Mohammed.
Am I audible, Speaker? I was having some issue with the mic there.
Yes, you carry on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm not sure what Councillor Bowden was referring to in the last item. Not sure how he was so poorly informed. The Freedom Front has a rep on the Portfolio Committee, and the film industry actually supports that item. So I'm not sure what he was on about, Speaker. And then, Speaker, this is a very straightforward item. I'll try and keep it as short as I can. This item is a decision to authorize the Executive Director of Safety and Security to sign this MOA. The MOA is attached to the agenda item, so for anybody who wants to read it. This, Speaker, to Councillor Cubido, to respond to Councillor Cubido, he does not need to worry about me talking about Joburg. I will speak to the good councillor's lack of understanding directly as he sits on the PC. Also, nothing can come to council if it is not legally compliant. The funding is coming from in-house as we are using our own staff and bursaries, so there are no financial implications. It's actually very simple. And of course, the ANC is opposing it because that's just what they do. And then thank you to Councillor Oliver for your support for our members holding the line out there. Speaker, this item is about training. And with training comes professionalism and increases better outcomes. Something we must always strive towards. Unlike Premier Lesufi of Gauteng snapping his fingers and magically granting traffic wardens peace officer accreditation. We do things a little different down here at the coast. So we understand we can't just wish our challenges away and need to actually do work to get the outcomes that we want. Speaker, the MOA is designed to strengthen law enforcement capacity on the ground, create career pathways, it improves service delivery and professionalism. The Stadio University will assist with the academic standards, and the City of Cape Town will contribute to practical operational expertise. Speaker, I ask Council to grant permission to the Executive Director to sign this memorandum of agreement. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 95. Those in favour of the recommendation. Thank you. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Okay, PAs abstaining, goods against, EFFs against, others against. All right, we're moving on then to the next item, and that is item 21. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Majuza.
Yes, it's me.
Yes, it is. So you can start talking now.
No,
Time is
thanks,
running.
Speaker. You know, this thing of virtual arrangements, sometimes it gets us disorganized and so on. But I want to get to the latter speaker in showing him that certain items do get brought into council whilst they are not legal compliant. Speaker has said in our previous deliberations, investment is a very important financial aspect to all the residents of Cape Town. This includes all our hardworking Cape Townians. However, investment institutions such as the one in discussion do not show the same interest on the future of their investors, which they did show when they were persuading the same investors to invest in their products. As the institution in discussion has not been as responsive and reliable to many of its investors as expected. However, Speaker, the part that seemed to confuse is this proposed observer status to be afforded to the city's CFO. And how such a role is going to be assisting us on the concerns already raised about the institution in discussion. Subsequently, Speaker, delegation should be more of a commitment than an assignment. As in many instances, we've seen a lot of such similar transactions or arrangements ending up not as expected. We'll all remember the 2017 Steinhoff pension saga, which had a significant damage on the government employees' pension fund, which allegedly lost around 12.5 billion. The fraud involved inflation of profits and assets values for nearly a decade, which led to criminal convictions, penalties, and a global settlement to compensate affected parties. Please, colleagues, note that by global, I'm not referring to planet Earth. The above content speaker seeks to scrutinize the same commitment mentioned at the beginning from the same proposed delegate, being the CFO, while trying to establish the core mandate thereof, and more especially on where his interests should lie, which supposedly should be pro-us, the city's employees and political representatives, rather than the corporate institutions. Speaker, this will further assist us as the municipality to get clearer accountability for our hard-working administration and our dedicated political officers. And this could be achieved through a clear understanding of the arrangement's terms of references and where will the assigned official be accounting to. With all said, Speaker, the ANC notes the proposed appointment with the hope that the above concerns will be given the much needed attention and consideration. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Alderman Moodley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I hope I'm audible. Madam Speaker, it's very clear that Kevin Jacoby, the CFO, is a member of the audit committee of this fund. So as an observer, he'll be taking note in terms of the governance, etc., and the risks associated to that to make sure that this fund is managed for the very reasons the previous speaker has indicated. So therefore, I move the recommendation, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 135. Those in favour of the recommendation. Thank you. All right. Those against. Good abstaining. PA supports. All right. We move on then to item 22 and the recommendations on page 142. And the first speaker is Councillor Simons. Yes, abstaining. Councillor Simons.
Good morning, Speaker. Madam Speaker. Hoe presies gaan nou maar fees in die civic ons mense help? Of is dit net gemakkelijk vir die mense wat reeds gerieflik is? Want kyk, ons mense in plekke soos Strand, Salauri's Pass, Makassa en Atlantis, moet geld uithaal vir taxis, 3 taxis vanaf Strand Kaap toe. Vroegoggend 3 uur in die nag opstaan en dan nog hoop ons maak dit in die eerste 100 om gehelp te word. En as jy nie lucky is nie, moet jy môre terugkom. Ons vra nie fancy goed nie, bring die dienste na waar die mense is, na ons gemeenskappe wat werklik sukkel, of gaan ons aanhou maak asof toeganklikheid net vir sekere groep bedoel is. Miskien lyk dit goed op papier, maar op die grond werk dit nie vir ons marginalised mense nie. Hoe sien julle dan vir ons? Ons mense soek gebruikbare dienste. Dankie.
Thank you. The next speaker, the interpreter first. Yes, please. Just hold on a second. We're having a difficulty getting it online. Godfrey? All right, are we ready?
in essence, what I want to say is that is this really just about how you make yourselves feel comfortable and not really help us? Where I'm from and where we live in areas like Salori's Pass, it's very far for us to travel, and we often have to get up at 3 a.m. in the morning to get on time, but often have to return the next day again. So in our area like Salori's Pass, this is what happens to people who feel really marginalized. So are you really bringing these services to us, or just the people that are advantaged by these services?
Thank you. The next speaker there is Councillor Deniso.
Am I audible, Madam Speaker?
Yes, you are, sir. Carry on.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam Speaker, this item is about proposed lease of city land, portion of the second floor civic center for office space purposes. The ANC intergovernmental policy focuses on building a developmental state through cooperative governance, aiming to align planning, implementation, and budgetary control across national, provincial, and local spheres to improve service delivery. It emphasized fostering accountability, particularly by empowering local government and using integrated planning to bridge disparities. Cooperative governance rather than strict separation, the ANC promote a system of cooperative governance as per Section 41 of the Constitution, where all spheres act in partnership. The ANC focus on aligning the technical capacity of state agencies and municipalities with national developmental goals. Local government is viewed as the most critical sphere for meeting basic needs. A major focus is on improving the capacity of municipalities, which are considered the closest sphere to the people to deliver basic services such as issuing IDs, passport, birth certificate. All this have to be accessed under one roof of government building. As the ANC, we demand such approach should be decentralized to sub-council that are found in our township or close to the township, such as sub-council 13, 8, and 10. That means Kylie, Just-Rand, Kukulet, and Fulen, and Kleinfontein. As the ANC, we are happy with this initiative as it is long overdue. We are happy that the DA-led municipality has come to their senses and implement ANC intergovernmental policy. We support the proposal and will closely monitor the implementation of this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, continue.
I just want to remind the two previous speakers that trying to lay claim for an ANC policy that this has ended up in is a bit silly. The ANC been in charge for 30 years, and it's actually now that there's a DA minister in this office, Department of Public Affairs, Home Affairs, is it getting done? But to the speaker's points previously, it is important that we ground this discussion in the lived reality of our residents. Right now, the nearest Home Affairs office in the CBD is Barrack Street, which sees queues going around the block, people arriving as early as 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning just to secure a place in line. So much so that the city has implemented some temporary ablutions there just to service the people waiting in line. So when an opportunity presents itself to expand access to Home Affairs service in a central accessible civic building, we should be supporting it, not debating it. This item allows exactly for that. It enables some additional office space for the department that is under immense pressure, providing the essential services that residents rely on every day. And importantly, there's not being done at a loss to the city. The lease is at market-related rental with an annual escalation. There were also no objections raised, not internally, not from Treasury, and it was supported at sub-council. So again, we must ask, what are we opposing? But alongside the Minister of Home Affairs' efforts to expand access, including bringing services into bank branches, this kind of partnership with local government is exactly how we ease pressure on the system. It's practical, it's responsive, and it directly improves access to residents. Speaker, this is about the dignity of our residents, it's about reducing those early morning queues, and it's about making government services work better for the people. I therefore move.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 135. Those in favour, thank you. Thank you. PA support, all right. We're moving on to the next item. The recommendation was carried. Item 22 and the first, 24. And the first speaker there is Councillor Mazwi. Councillor Mazwi, unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Continue.
Honorable councillors and officials, we are here today about more than a lease application. We are here about the future of Gordons Bay and the kind of community we want to live for the next generation. The City of Cape Town is being asked to approve a 25-year lease extendable to 40 years of 340,000 square meters of land. That is the last remaining large open space in Gordons Bay. Once it is gone for a generation. The city has valued this land at just 10 million rands. In a city where a single residential ERF can sell for millions, this valuation is absurdly low. It suggests the city is trying to cover up its own administrative failures by quietly offloading a prime public asset to an entity that has no legal standing, rather than facing the consequences of its own neglect. Gordons Bay has no public high school. Our children travel to Strand or Somerset West every day because this town cannot educate them beyond grade 7. Gordons Bay has no public hospital. Our elderly residents, our injured workers, our mothers giving birth must travel significant distances for emergency care that should be available here. This land could change that. A high school on this site will serve thousands of children for generations. A community health facility will save lives. Public sports fields and parks will serve every resident regardless of income or estate membership. The true value of this land to the community is incalculable, yet the city has put a 10 million rand price tag on it and is handing it to the private golf course. Instead, the city is being asked to hand this land to a private golf course serving a few hundred estate residents, an organization that its own lawyers describe as flawed from its inception, and that the city-owned planning department says was not really required in the first place. We are asking councillors today to pause, to read the city's own records, and to ask a simple question. Is a private golf course really the best use of Gordons Bay last open space when our children have no high school and our community have no hospitals? Before we reach the question of what this land should be used for, councillors must understand who is applying to lease it. In her email dated 25 July 2025, Ms. Rachel Scanberg, manager of property holdings, quoted this city-owned building development management department as follows. I open the quote. No conditions of approval for the establishment of HOA for the development in terms of section 29 of LUPO were imposed as part of any approved pursuit. I close the quote and further open the quote again. The establishment of Master's HOA was not really required since there were no common property. I close the quote. The city-owned land use department has confirmed in writing that this illegally constituted HOA was never required for this development, and that there is no common property justifying its existence. Yet the council report describes the illegally constituted HOA as legitimate government body and recommend proceedings with this list.
Thank you, Councillor. Conclude. Moving on to
How many
Councillor
minutes do I
Stacey.
have, Speaker?
Well, you had
this item?
4.25 seconds, so you've had more than enough. Thank you. Councillor Stacey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, on an item in my ward, I am not sure the EFF have actually done their homework again. Not surprisingly, they don't have a clue what they're talking about because they don't even serve on my sub-council. I actually had to go back to the agenda index quickly to check that because I was so confused that I thought I was actually on the wrong item. This sounded like a speech about national or provincial government's service delivery on an item that's actually just about obtaining permission for public participation on recreational land. So let's correct the record, Speaker. This item has nothing to do with schooling. It has nothing to do with hospitals. It does not rezone the land. It does not commit the city to any form of development. This is merely and simply grants the city permission to start a public participation process for the proposed land of Irvin 3844, 3846, 3845, 4150, and 6322 in Gordons Bay to be used for sporting and recreational purposes by the Fairview Golf Estate HOA. That's it. Luckily, Speaker, this process doesn't silence anyone, the EFF included, because it actually does the exact opposite. It's public participation. So it invites residents, it invites stakeholders, and yes, even the EFF to come forward with submissions, including alternative proposals if they so wish. That is how lawful, transparent governance works. Before I end off, Speaker, let me just take it back to my ward quickly, since the EFF went there and got confused. Speaker, the EFF once again knows Dololo about my ward. The golf course has been rented out by that same HOA from the city itself for decades. Their lease is simply near the end of its term, and the process needs to be restarted again. But far be it for me to presume my community's thoughts and desires. Maybe they agree with the EFF. That's exactly what this item is for, to have my community's voice heard. They deserve the right to have the say themselves, and for proper public participation process, not to have such decisions imposed on them by communist EFF parties, not to have assumptions made by them by beret-wearing councillors, and certainly not to have councillors who don't serve on the area speakers if they understand local context. Speaker, this item is about process, participation, and letting the public guide the outcome. So let the process run, let my community speak, and I will be supporting the item. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 202, those in favour. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The recommendations carried. We move on to the next item, item 26, and the first speaker there is Councillor Satarin.
This is not meaningful governance, but a failure of democracy by this DA-led city of Cape Town. What we are seeing here today is arrogance, governance that listens to power and dismisses the ordinary residents as inconveniences. While the ward councillor will sit here today and possibly motivate for this item's approval, when she herself knows that Chinatown community rejected these plans even prior to the meeting on the 20th of December last year, is she openly going against the very people she was elected to represent? Word on the street has it that Carl Popper even committed to moving these people to Kopse. I'm just saying. Now, of 162,551-ish, you're pushing these vulnerable residents back. It's clear that you have decided, knowing many of these residents, affected residents are pensioners. Have you even considered how hard it is to get an ambulance out there? Madam Speaker, the community was rather shocked to know that these plans are tabled here today, as the understanding is that the ward councillor agreed with their views. In fact, it was stated to her by one of the members, why move us further into poverty? Why not take us out of the gutters? Has the city even considered the open spaces on Frogmore Estate? Madam Speaker, in the last 20 years under the DA governance, Ward 45 has grown with informal settlements. Stop trying to formalize squatter camps by using the word upgrades and give our residents actual houses. Military height upgrades, most residents refuse to move into the TRAs. Hillview Heights TRA 1, those residents are living without electric for over 3 months with no answers in place. It is clear that we do not listen to the community's voices, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, the NCC must reject this item, and we demand that you use the pockets of lands that you sell to your Zionist buddies for housing so that we can give our people dignified houses and not more squatter camps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jansen. Councillor Mukutwana.
Good afternoon, and councillors, and also welcoming the Council of ANC, Pindele Boy, George, and Bulelwa Mayende. We want to say welcome to the city, two tales. This city of Cape Town has got two tales of city. It's a rich and poor. So you are welcome to this city. And as you're listening to the mayor and also the members of DA, how they do things. Coming to the item, city of Cape Town will be even happy as ANC if what you are saying here, talking about it, the development of the Sea Winds area, where this community of this area were always crying for the development. If you are saying now you are going to development and you're going to make plans for this area, the question will be, how long are you going to take that? When the construction is going to take place? And you know very well what kind of area is that. And the people of that area, they are so sick and tired about waiting for you, promising, hoping that you are not promising these people because of you want to have voters for the elections coming. So we as the ANC will support the idea, but we want to look and see how you're going to do the development of that area. Thank you very much, Speaker. We support the item.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I rise in support of item 26. At its core, this item is not merely about the closure of portions of public place. It is about what the closure makes possible. It's about enabling the upgrade and development of an existing settlement so that our residents may move closer to living in conditions that affirm their dignity, protect their well-being, and expand their opportunities in life. The report before Council makes it clear that these properties form part of a Human Settlements Directorate project to upgrade the existing settlement in Seaweeds. More specifically, the objective is to create 31 service sites with tenure for residents of the existing settlement and to facilitate a formal housing development with proper roads, bulk water, and electricity connections. This is precisely why this item deserves our support. As the City of Cape Town, we are committed to creating opportunities. One of the most fundamental opportunities any government can create is the opportunity for a family to live in a space that is secure, formalized, and connected to basic services. Opportunity is not an abstract slogan. Opportunity is a child being able to do homework in a home with power. Opportunity is a mother no longer fearing unsafe and undignified living conditions. Opportunity is a household having access to sanitation, to roads, to recognized tenure, and to stability that comes from being part of a human settlement. This item therefore goes beyond a technical property matter. It is a practical step towards restoring dignity and creating an environment in which residents can live with greater security, stability, and hope. When we support measures that unlock formal housing opportunities and essential services, we are supporting the kind of development that improves lives in a tangible and lasting way. We must never normalize undignified living conditions. We must never become comfortable with residents living without the full measure of infrastructure or security they deserve. And so when an item such as this comes before us, an item that helps unlock formal housing opportunity, essential services, and a better quality of life, then our duty is clear. We should support it. Madam Speaker, this recommendation is aligned with the broader vision of a city that works towards people, a city that plans, a city that invests, and a city that creates pathways to a better future. In Seaweeds, this decision can help lay the foundation for a more functional residential environment and for the households to live with greater security and dignity. For those reasons, I support this recommendation and so move.
The recommendations on page 222, those in favour, thank you. Those against, indicate in the iron box. All right. Thank you. We move on to the next item, item 28, and the first speaker is Councillor Kubulana. Sandela, do you have a point of order? What is your point of order? No point of order. Thank you. We're moving on.
Only now
Councillor-
the mic is. Only now the mic was.
Okay.
and-
What's your point of order?
No,
What's
it's not. It's not a point of order per se, Speaker. It's just that you mentioned Councillor Kwebulan. We sent the updated list, and Councillor Kwebulan was removed. Thank you very much, Speaker.
So we're not speaking to the item. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I haven't had that yet. All right. Thank you. We move on to Councillor Tehido. Councillor Tehido, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, we're moving on. The next speaker is Alderman Andrews.
Speaker, I move the recommendations.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 276. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Thank you. We move on to the next item, which is item 29, and the first speaker there is Councillor Boete Rousseau.
Goeiemiddag Speaker en collega's. VF Plus ondersteun die item en ons bedank almal wat betrokke is by die voorgestelde verhuuring aan Melkbosstrand Hoërskool vir sport en ontspanning wat ook vir publiek toeganklik moet wees. Dan wil ek net voor ek aangaan sê welkom aan Raadslid Sonja Meyer by VF Plus en in die raad, voor ek dit nou weer vergeet. Dan Speaker wil ek 'n baie spesiale dank doen, maar ek gaan oorgaan na Engels toe. A special thank to Melkbosstrand Ratepayers Association, our Community Police Forum, Neighbourhood Watch and our Ward Committee for their support. We living in Melkbosstrand know what is best for our learners and the community, and land for school sport is very important. The proposed lease for sport and recreation for a 10-year period assures stability and proper sport planning for Melkbosstrand High School. I thank everybody that was involved to submit this today to Council. Thank you.
Councillor Swart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks to Councillor Boete Rousseau, a member of my ward committee, for the way we are able to work. Madam Speaker, we need to look at the background of this. Melkbosstrand is a bit of a coastal, but a very vibrant, inclusive community of approximately 25,000 residents in terms of old census numbers. Melkbosstrand has over 40 sporting codes and clubs. But Melkbosstrand does not have a single city sporting facility. And we are trying to make work of that, and we started a Melkbosstrand Sporting Association, and we have a motion before subcouncil. But in the meantime, there's F1694, which has been earmarked for a long time for development inclusive of public sporting facilities. Actually, the subject twice of public participation processes. And in 2022, this was about to go out with proposals for a third process, but then it was noted and concluded that the biodiversity, heritage and sensitivity on that earth, which is a very big earth, it's the earth between Atlantic Beach Estate and the northern part, well, then the southern part of Melkbosstrand there at the back of the police station. Such biodiversity heritage that it is actually undevelopable, with then the result that since last year the city is busy transferring this earth to environmental management. Now against that background, it brings us to this proposed lease. Melkbosstrand High School came into operation in 2012.
Thank you. Conclude.
Since 2014, they had to lease, and this is application for the renewal of
You must conclude now, please. We have a recommendation on page 391. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Thank you. We move on to item 30, and there's just one speaker, Councillor Stacey. Be brief.
Speaker, thank
Yes.
you. I'll be brief. When you hear the saying, this city works, it must be remembered that the city of Cape Town quite literally does work, with the lowest unemployment rate amongst all South African metros at 19.8%. And that is by no accident. It is the DA difference. And this manufacturing policy, which I'm pleased to move for approval, is the personification of this DA difference. Economic growth and job creation happens when a city actively removes barriers for businesses to invest, expand, and create jobs, which is exactly what this policy does. This policy is a shift away from a broad investment incentives approach to a far more focused, practical manufacturing support policy. It is simpler, smarter, and more cost-effective policy. In other words, it is targeted and designed to deliver real impact. A policy that recognizes something very important, that manufacturing is one of the most powerful drivers of economic growth, creating jobs across the entire skill spectrum, from entry level to highly specialized. But more importantly, Speaker, this policy is not just about throwing money at investors. In fact, it does the opposite. This manufacturing policy builds on that of the 2018 investment incentive policy and focuses on faster approvals, non-financial support, less red tape, extended support, clear processes, targeted job creation. Because if you ask any investor what frustrates them, it's not only cost, it's delay, uncertainty, and bureaucracy. And this policy tackles that head on. And Speaker, that is the DA difference. We don't just talk about economic growth. We don't just promise jobs. We create environments that make jobs possible. It's about creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, supporting manufacturers to expand, invest, and create jobs. And at the same time, it strengthens the growth of development and long-term sustainability of our industrial areas right across the metro. Ultimately, this is about backing local industry, unlocking opportunity, and ensuring that our economic hubs remain competitive, resilient, and ready for the future. So, Speaker, with no objections to the policy during the public participation process, I move the item. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation then is on page 445, and those in favor, thank you. Those against? All right, thank you. The recommendation's carried. Item 31, the first speaker is Councillor Nodiva.
Madam Speaker, councillors, and everyone in the meeting. The item before us deals with approval for a Section 78, subsection 3 decision in terms of Municipal Systems Act number 32 of 2000. It is a matter for an alternative service delivery mechanism for wastewater treatment facilities, both which are mentioned in the report. As the ANC, a political party originated from the liberation movement, which fought apartheid colonialism and its ugly tendencies. Given that background, we therefore support this item. It is in the interest of our people. In as much as we support the item, we say the DA administration in the city of Cape Town must not take advantage of national government policies and relax. The city should be able to develop and train its staff that could help in the next 5 to 10 years to qualifying staff to execute such duties and or related responsibilities thereof. Our submission is that the external services must make sure that they transfer skills to the workers at a faster speed. As part of building the state capacity, outsourcing must not be a permanent mechanism to resolve the matter. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the ANC is not happy with the notion that the city does not deeply penetrate in Black communities when conducting public participation. The city must strive to be inclusivity. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nelson, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Nelson, unmute yourself. All right. Councillor Nelson, if you're not available to speak, we're going to move on and move the recommendation on page. Councillor Lansdowne. I'm going to all remind you about the change to speakers list and how long before the meeting I need to be made aware of it. Councillor Lansdowne, you may speak.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This report tabled before Council follows up on reports brought to Council in 2024 on the future management of Zandvliet, Versantekral, wastewater treatment plants, as well as Borchard Quarry fecal sludge management facility. These are technical facilities that manage the wastewater and byproducts therein in the city, and the report here recommends that it is in the city's interest, provides value for money for the municipality and residents, as well as better management of the outcome of these facilities, for us to pursue a partnership model with a private service provider. I hereby move the recommendations of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 491. Those in favour of the recommendations, thank you. Those against, goods abstaining. All right, we're moving on to the next item, item 32. And the recommendation for that is on page 815. And the first speaker is Councillor Mamkeri.
Hi, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Somlomo mandibulise kwi-councillors zomasipala uMbaxa nakwi-officials. Speaker, through you, let us be honest about what is happening here. This is not an administrative error. This is a blatant governance failure. The exact same National Treasury comments are duplicated word for word in both open and confidential council agendas, not similar but identical. And yet we're expected to accept that one version is public and the other is confidential. This is not just contradictory, it is indefensible. Is this council serious about oversight? Are we being asked to participate in a process designed to confuse, obscure, and avoid accountability? Because you cannot have it both ways. If the information is safe enough to be placed before the public, then it has no business being hidden behind closed doors. And if it is truly confidential, then it should never appear in the open agenda in the first place. What this reflects is not compliance, it is dysfunction. It points to a weak internal processes, poor leadership, and a system that is clearly not being managed properly. Speaker, the mayor must stop hiding behind process and take responsibility. Who authorized this duplication? Who signed off? And what will be the consequences? Because right now, this is not governance, it is chaos, and this council deserves better. So we cannot support this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majuza. Councillor Majuza, unmute yourself.
No, so sorry for that. Sorry for that, Speaker. Please bear with me and be lenient, speaker, and speak and keep my time. Speaker, allow me to question all council members on the opposite parties once again by saying, here we go again. Once more, the administration is presenting us with a Municipal Finance Management Act Section 33 delinquent. And this is really becoming a norm, Speaker. Speaker, if you look close at page 818, you'll find that there are no dates of advertisement. With such actions contradicts the legislative guideline that a draft contract of such an agreement should be shared with the public. Further, Speaker, if you look at page 817, the ongoing concern and outcry of the opposition benches on the deliberate sidelining of our previously oppressed constituency by only utilizing the Berger and Cape Agas as the only means of medium of communication totally undermines our municipal system and in disregard of the Constitution of the Republic. Further, Speaker, there is this ticker box exercise kind of a behavior from the administration of always wanting that this process was shared with our sub-councils and our libraries with a no comment feedback, whilst these claims not being backed by any form of annexures or any substantive information. To fellow opposition benches, perhaps scrutinizing the reported dates of our meetings need to be properly looked into. Speaker, further on page 818, still there is no comment from Provincial Treasury, no comment from COGTA, neither there is one from the Department of Energy. So legislatively and legally, so what gives us power to proceed with the approval of this contract, Speaker? Speaker, as much as the contract is as important as it is, so its arrangement, still it is not immune to our municipal legislative laws. As such, actions further contradicts the National Treasury's recommendation stated on the last paragraph of page 819 to the first and second paragraph on page 820. It is therefore, Speaker, as the ANC, we can't agree with a contract that lacks legislative validity. As much as important as it is, we are still guided by legislative laws. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. The final speaker, Councillor Temmert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the award of Tender 259G for the supply and delivery of conduits and pipes required for the protection of underground electricity cables. This is a critical contract for the Energy Directorate, particularly as it involves financial commitments that extend beyond the current budget cycle and is therefore subject to Section 33 of the MFMA. The purpose of this tender is straightforward but essential. It ensures the ongoing availability of conduits and pipes needed to protect underground cables from physical damage, water ingress, and premature deterioration. Adequate protection allows electrical infrastructure to reach its full design lifespan, improves operational reliability, and ultimately ensures better value for money by reducing avoidable replacements and emergency repairs. These materials will be used across the full electricity network, covering low, medium, and high voltage cables. Their application is therefore broad and fundamental to maintaining the integrity of the city's electricity distribution system. Protecting infrastructure in this way supports service continuity, public safety, and the long-term sustainability of the network. From a financial perspective, the contract is structured prudently. It operates on a rates-based, as and when required basis, with no predetermined spending pattern. Usage will depend entirely on operational needs, and there may be periods of intensive demand, as well as times when no replenishment is required. The total contract value is capped at 8 million, excluding VAT, ensuring affordability and fiscal discipline. All legislative and governance requirements have been met. The Section 33 process has been followed in full. Consultation has taken place with National Treasury, and assurances has been provided that the city has sufficient in-house contract management capacity in line with Section 116 of the MFMA. Overall, this contract is necessary to safeguard critical infrastructure, strengthen service reliability, and ensure that the city remains compliant, responsible, and prepared to meet operational demands. This item balances urgency, legality, and accountability. I therefore support the approval of this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, on a point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of clarity, what's your point of clarity?
Speaker.
What is your point of clarity? What is your point of clarity?
A point of clarity, Speaker, is that as a municipality, are we legally allowed to continue with a process that has not complied with the legal processes that it needs to comply with, which is Section 33 in this case? Get clarity on that.
So the report is on the agenda, and by implication, it is legally compliant. So we take it.
Speaker.
Thank you.
If you listen to my speech, Speaker, I'm referring you. Page 818, page 820 clearly states that there are no comments from many of the relevant role players, COCTA, the Department, Provincial Treasury, and many others. Now, which laws and legislative guidelines give us the powers to proceed with a contract that has not complied with the necessary sanctions?
So that's fine. So now the legal advice is that you can ask them for their opinion and give comment, but we cannot compel them to comment. And like all other government departments, they don't necessarily get down to it. So we're moving the item. It's on page 815. The recommendations on page 815. Those in favor of the recommendation, thank you. Those against the recommendation, please, thank you. I don't know what is, perhaps you're supporting, but you're against at the same time. Jack, that tells me something about you. Please just be a little bit more careful. Thank you. The recommendation's carried. We move on to item. Before we move on to volume 2C, I just want to update you that there was a change at 12 o'clock in the numbers of 4 parties in which the members, the councillors actually managed to dial in their own name. And so the ANC went up to 41, the DA went up to 125, the Freedom Front Plus went up to 4, and Good went up to 9. So the numbers now since 12 o'clock have been 220, and the minutes will record that detail as well. So we go on to volume 2C, item 44, and the first speaker on that item is Councillor Fasahi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the changes are captured in the report, but I would like to request that we ignore the changes, the ANC changes in the report, and then add the following changes. Councillor J. Stevens to be removed from the Finance PC and then appointed to Innovation and Ease of Business. Councillor P. George to be appointed to the Finance PC. Councillor Mayendi to be appointed to the Urban Mobility. And last, Councillor S. Meyer to be appointed to Economic Growth PC. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we move that recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. We move on to the next item, which is item 45. And the first speaker there is Councillor Alderman Satoshi.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Error on my part. We are no longer speaking on that item. Apologies.
Well, that's fine with me. Councillor Swart, do you want to move the recommendation, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was unmuted. I move the recommendation.
Thank you. The recommendation then for that item is on page 8. All in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. We move on to item 46, and the first speaker there is Councillor Rousseau.
Dankie, Speaker. Tydens die toesigverslag wat MPAC waargeneem het oor die munisipale entiteite, internasionale konvensiesentrum en die Kaapstad Stadion, wil ek vir sê was ek vir die eerste keer in baie jare baie positief en ek dink baie van my kollegas ook in MPAC na aanleiding van die samewerking wat ons van die entiteite se bestuur gekry het en as ons iets uitgewys het, hulle dan aangedui het dat hulle sal 'n positiewe verandering laat plaasvind. Wat wel nog nie voldoende was nie, is die aantal persone, raadslede, komitees, subrade wat ook 'n toesigrol doen, wat ook oorsig oor die jaarverslae doen. So maar verder dink ek dit was baie positief en wil ek sê ek ondersteun Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun die aanbeveling wat daar tans is en sien ons daarna uit om verder oorsogrol te doen. Dankie, Speaker.
Monsieur, do we need a translation?
What I'd like to say is that generally everything about this was very positive. My colleagues were very positive. The cooperation that we received from the impact report and with our doings with our fellow councillors, committee members, and so on, I do feel generally that we'd like to support the item. We'd like to support it in full because of the general cooperation and collective cooperation that we received during this process.
All right, thank you for that. We move on to the next speakers, Councillor Southgate.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes.
Speaker, I want to support Councillor Botha-Rousseau in the sense that the responses from portfolio committees and sub-councils as well as councillors is actually very poor. We have been raising this over an extended period of time, and I'm hoping that going forward it will start getting better. However, Speaker, the matter before us today is the report from MPAC following its oversight of the annual reports of the city of the Cape Town International Convention Centre and also the Cape Town Stadium. There were delays from with regards to the city's audit report, and that will be considered at a later stage. Speaker, I just want to say that both entities have received clean audits, an outcome that reflects strong governance, financial discipline, and a clear commitment to accountability. This is no small achievement and deserves to be recognized. MPAC conducted a thorough oversight process, engaging meaningfully with both entities. The questions raised were met with clear and satisfactory responses, reinforcing confidence in their operations. This is oversight at its best, constructive, focused, and strengthening good governance. We also commend the leadership and staff of both these entities for their continued contribution to our city's economy through tourism, job creation, and positioning Cape Town as a leading destination. Speaker, supporting this report is an affirmation of accountability and good governance. I therefore call on Council to support the recommendations of the report and to congratulate both entities on their clean audits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation on page 1. All in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? All right, and those wishing to abstain must just spell it correctly. All right, so we move on to the next item, and that is item 48, Councillor Little. Is Councillor Little around? You need to unmute yourself, Councillor. We're moving on. Okay. Going once, twice, 3 times. Councillor Witbooi, can you move the item?
I move the item as contained on page 7, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those in favour? It's for noting. Thank you. We move on. The next item is item 56, and the first speaker for that item is Councillor Eugene.
Yes, the camera's on me. Good afternoon, Speaker. Am I audible?
You are, sir. Carry on.
Thank you so much. The Freedom Front Plus notes the performance of the Energy Directorate's report for the second quarter. However, we must not lose sight of the fact that 25% of households in the city of Cape Town are still supplied by Eskom. In these areas, outages often drag on for weeks, even months. Hundreds of households have been left without electricity for prolonged periods, suffering severe losses as food spoils in fridges, medical supplies become unusable, and families are forced to live in darkness for months at a time as the city's Energy Directorate is prohibited by NERSA from responding to power outages in Eskom-supplied areas. Last month, the Freedom Front Plus released a press statement highlighting hundreds of families that were affected with power outages. In Blackheath, a diabetic mother was admitted to hospital because she could not refrigerate the insulin after Eskom technicians failed to respond despite logging multiple requests. In Josenberg-Vlakte, residents were told by Eskom that there are over 600 complaints and that they must simply wait due to technicians having a backlog. This is not just an inconvenience. This is a humanitarian crisis. The Energy Directorate's report should send a clear message to residents, Eskom, and NERSA that the city has the capacity to deliver far better outcomes when it comes to responding to power outages in the city of Cape Town. Transferring the remaining Eskom-supplied areas to the city would enable faster response times and restore dignity to the affected communities. In conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus calls on the city of Cape Town to formally declare an intergovernmental dispute following failed negotiations with Eskom in 2024, which rejected the city's request to take over the remaining 25% Eskom-supplied households. To date, neither the mayor nor the city manager has taken any tangible steps towards legal action after negotiations with Eskom failed in May 2024. And I thank you.
To conclude, thank you. Councillor Sulelo.
Good afternoon, Speaker. It is indeed Councillor Sulelo. I thought we're actually going to be speaking to the report, but what I hear is like a call to take over from Eskom, which is something that we've been campaigning for since the Mayor Jordan took over. Because as you will recall, one of his #1 promise was to end load shedding over time in the city of Cape Town. And understanding that Eskom has failed those people that Eskom supplies to, we are more than happy to then take over. That fight is ongoing. We have not taken our foot there on the accelerator when it comes to that. But looking at the report, if that's what the councillor spoke to, you will see that when it comes to our targets, over 74% of our targets is well above target. We have also improved on our EPWP delays that we have experienced earlier. Also, when it comes to customer connections, we are doing well there, and our target has been reduced to just 80% because that's dependent on the actual customers applying to get supply. When it comes to the fight for Eskom, for us to take over from Eskom, I would like to also invite the councillor to our portfolio if there are no clashes, because that's something that I always advocate for. And we all agree, even though we come from different political organizations, we all agree that something needs to be done with Eskom, and NERSA needs to do their job and make sure that Eskom accounts. If you are singing in that tune, please come to our portfolio. We can do with one extra voice. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The item is noted. We move on to item 60. And the first speaker there is Councillor Tandela.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, sir, you are.
Madam Speaker, the report presents a version of Cape Town that does not exist. Let it therefore be placed firmly on record. The economic freedom fighters do not accept nor note this report. We reject it. We reject it, Speaker, not only because of what it says, but because of how it's constructed. This is not an objective safety and security report, but a selective report that measures activities, and it deliberately avoids measuring safety. It tells us what the city has done, but not what the city has achieved in reducing crime. So the question that this report refuses to answer, we will ask it right here. Is Cape Town safer? Because if it is, where is that reflected? Where in this report do we see a reduction in murders? Where do we see in this report a reduction in shootings, a reduction in violent crime in hotspot areas? It is not here. It is an omission that is deliberate. Speaker, because outside this report, the reality is clear. SEP stats continues to reflect extremely high levels of murder in this city. Areas such as Nyanga, Khayelitsha, and Delft remain amongst the most dangerous in this country. Weekend after weekend, dozens of people are killed. It is reported daily, including by journalists like Veve Ludidi, who documents killings, shootings, and extortions right across Cape Town. So again, Speaker, is Cape Town safer? Because the lived reality of our people says no. Speaker, let us interrogate what this report presents as success. The report states that the target for drone flights is 500, yet the actual performance is 2,424, almost 5 times the target. But this does not add up because there is no visible drones presence in areas most affected by violent crime. Residents in Khayelitsha, Nyanga, Delft are not reporting this level of civilians. So we must ask directly here, where were these drones deployed? Because if they were deployed where people are dying, communities would know. This council must be given a ward-level deployment, area breakdown, and a clear evidence of impact, because numbers of this scale without visibility or impact begins to raise serious questions of misinterpretation and accountability. The same applies, Speaker, with CCTV detections. The report tells us that the target was 17,500 and the city achieves over 22,000 detections. This is not a meaningful indicator of safety because detection is not outcome and neither it is safety. In many of our communities, there is no visible CCTV footprint that corresponds with these numbers. Speaker, in recent, Lita Govuza was shot and killed while buying food at the spaza shop. A young man not involved in any crime, but a church-loving man. His family does not need detection stats. They need justice. Where is the CCTV footage in that case? Where is the arrest, Speaker? Where is justice? So again, Mayor, the question we ask, is Cape Town safer? Because communities are not experiencing these detections, they are experiencing violence without consequences. Speaker, the most failure in this report you will find in the emergency responses. The target was 80% of calls answered within 10 seconds. The city only achieved 53.99%. This means nearly half of the people calling in the emergencies are not answered on time. This is life and death, not a mere failure of a system. It is a failure of Democratic Alliance leadership. JP Smith must take responsibility of this. You cannot stand here and defend a system where people in danger cannot even get through on the phone. That is not a functioning system, a safety system. It becomes even more serious when we look at the fire and emergency responses. The target was 70% and the city only achieved 60.66%. In the city with vast informal settlement, overcrowded conditions, and a constant fire risk. So what does this mean in reality? This means fire burns longer than they should. It means homes are lost. It means people die. This is directly linked to the DA's failure to address the housing crisis in this city. You cannot fail to provide safe and living conditions and then fail again when emergencies occurs. Speaker, there is one line in this report that exposes the true colors of the DA. The city achieved 98.63% response time in land invasion within 10 minutes. The city responds to land that it does to human life. This is what the Democratic Alliance chooses to prioritize. People of Cape Town must note that. Speaker, the DA prides itself on government of job creations, but their own report tells a different story. The target for job opportunities was 762. The actual achieved is 358, less than half. The DA speaks about job creation in public, but their own report contradicts them because in the communities where we represent, unemployment continues to strive crime, desperation, and instability. Speaker, this report is methodologically flawed and it aggregates activities and presents it here as impact. It counts outputs but avoids outcomes. It avoids crime reduction because crime is not reducing. Instead of confronting that reality, it presents a version of Cape Town that is disconnected from the lived experience of the majority. So we return to our original question, Speaker. Is Cape Town safer? Until that question can be answered honestly, this report cannot be accepted. This report does not reflect a safety Cape Town. It reflects the administration managing numbers while communities face violence. For that reason, the economic freedom fighters reject this report full. We also hope that the DA that will respond in this item will respond on all the questions that we've asked. Again, lastly, before we close, is Cape Town safer? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe, you have your hand up. Do you have a point of order? And what is that point? No. All right, we're moving on. Councillor Nkavash.
Thank you, Speaker. So to the question of the famous question of Councillor Jandela, Speaker, we're doing all we can to make Cape Town safe. We're not where we're supposed to be, and I will unpack exactly what is happening. The second aspect I would like to touch on, Speaker, is that Councillor Jandela approved these indicators in the portfolio committee. I've got all the respect for Councillor Jandela, his discipline in the portfolio committee. I've got time to explain to him the process. The problem with Councillor Jandela is his party, the EFF, that changes him. What we see in council now is a different Councillor Jandela than we see in a portfolio committee meeting. These are approved indicators of performance management on a quarterly basis in the portfolio committee. The detail which Councillor Jandela is putting before council and asking council where is this, where is that, lives in the report on a monthly basis in a portfolio committee, which is the output, what officers are doing on the ground, operations, the recovered firearms, the recovered drugs, the recovered abalone that are done by poachers at night, both by law enforcement and Metro Police. All that detail is not in this report. So he's looking for information which he knows, by the way. He's a member of Safety and Security Portfolio Committee, Speaker. That detail lives on a monthly basis. You will see it next week. There's a portfolio committee on the 8th of April. Safe to say, let me begin by saying that there is a lot of achievement positively on the quarter under review that is before council today, Speaker. There is successes on the drones, for instance, that is asking where the drones. The deployment of a drone is in line with any operational requirement, and in the gang-infested and crime-ridden areas, your DAF that is mentioned in Kailicha, Kukuletu, Nyanga, these drones gets deployed there in operation jointly with the South African Police Service. So it would not, the uniform staff are not going to loud hail and say, Jandela, come out and see the drone. It doesn't happen like that in operational requirements. So kudu and congratulations to the drone unit that has exceeded on page 243, they have exceeded the target in that quarter. If you look at the roadblocks on the positive that I was mentioning, Speaker, the roadblocks focus on drinking and driving. Drinking and driving is a problem. There is roughly around 1.3 million people that we lose annually on the stats that was released by the Road Traffic Management Corporation, which is RTMC that manages traffic in the country. That paints a very wrong picture, glim picture. So if our officers, our managers, our ED is focusing a lot on that, both the roadblocks and also coupled with the manual speed checks on high-risk roads, those who have overachieved in the quarter under review before this meeting, and that shows our commitment and demonstrate that we are serious about reduction of road deaths, which are caused by drivers on our roads, which annually represent a sad road carnage picture that we don't want to live with. I think earlier, Alderman Smith and Mayor Jordan Lewis mentioned this, the gaps that are left by South African Police Services. We are recruiting. Last year, September, we launched our Project 1000. They are reducing the same number of officers across the police station in Cape Town. We are buying new cars to assist crime fighting on the ground. Their cars are they're reducing the number of cars which must be available for patrol, which must be available for the detectives, so that the detectives are not driving 4 in a car. We have a scenario in Cape Town where detectives are 4 or 5 in a car. They share a vehicle. meaning that they can't reach to a witness to gather information for a successful case in court. Councillor Jandela must realize that also that the calls answered in 53.9% that under performance at 107. We do have project 17. He knows that there has been an intervention that we spearheaded as a portfolio committee at safety and security of the employment of 17 call takers. 17 call takers that have, I think 13 have assumed duty, Speaker. So the picture is going to change towards the end of the financial year, and he knows that there's a shortcoming. Also caused by the decay and collapsing of the call center called 10111. People are hoping and are trusting the 107 call center managed and owned by the city of Cape Town. It increases our calls. If you go to his complaint about the fire station, Speaker, also, fire engines, before they reach the fire, they must be escorted because of the extortion, because of his community, because of his invaded informal settlement under his red color organization, that they are arming and agitating those residents to cut our fire hoses, to throw stones to our fire engine. Then the fire engine is forced to delay time and make a turn at a local police station before attending to the risk at hand. That is coupled by one of these is guilty in that him and his party in those invaded land land parcels in the city of Cape Town. That delays our indicator. But we're working hard in doing that in terms of escorting this fire engine to go there. I'm at pain in the portfolio committee, urging them as PR councillors and also as ward councillors to say, in your public meeting, tell your residents not to cut our fire hoses, not to disturb the firemen and women when they are working hard on emergencies, to support them. There is no reason in Cape Town that we must have a police car behind a fire engine going to extinguish a fire, an informal settlement fire. Speaker, can go on and on here. There is a lot of positivity in general, I can say, and I've responded to Councillor, the CCTV. I think I must respond to the CCTV. There is CCTV footage, Speaker. We've got two centers in Cape Town, one in Goodwood. The failure is a detective in each police station, 63, I think they are in Cape Town. Detectives must go there with their case number and an incident that have not Jandela. Jandela is not a policeman, not the EFF regional executive, not ANC, not any party. A detective from SAPS is legally permitted to go and collect. That is where the bottleneck is. Detectives do not go there because they are under-resourced, because they are demoralized, because of other reasons of South African police, which is a national competency. I don't know the list of reasons, but what I'm aware is that detectives do not go and collect the footage to assist their cases to be strong in court. As I conclude, Speaker, I present the report and then we will improve to those underperforming. Thank you.
Councillor Dambuza, you have a point of clarity? Councillor Dambuza, you have a point of clarity? No, we're moving on. Then that item also is for noting. We note the item. We move on to item 64, and the first speaker there is Councillor Jacobs from the CCC.
Speaker, am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are, sir. Carry on.
Speaker, as NCC, we have two questions as report. Dat sê 5 stars for standard response, maar dat is ons mense wat bediewe met gemors en ongesonde toestande besewe daar langer. NCC vraag vandag, hoekom gebeur daar so baie storage overflow? Die Mayors van môre gesê 2 billion was invest in storage system upgrades, maar ons communities se storage overflow is dan worse than before. In Sub-Council 14 alleen was there 488 storage overflow incidents reported for February. For February alleen 2026. That is unacceptable. By Electricity Adidas-straat word die dreine vandag skoongemaak. Môre is die dreine weer geblok. Councillor Zaid Badruddin het die gemeenskap beloof 3 jaar terug die probleem sal nagesien word. Guess what, Speaker? Adidas-straat liewe nog altyd met gemors. NCC wil weet, waar was die Mayors se 2 billion rand gespend? Ons communities is tans overpopulated. 'n Huis wat bedoel is vir 4 mense het tans 10 tot 20 mense. Overpopulation dra ook by tot die infrastructure being under pressure. NCC vra vandag vir die meia om meer emphasis te sit op behuising. To name a few speaker, Crestway Housing Project, non-existent. Greater Retreat Housing Project, non-existent. Symphony Way Housing Project, non-existent. Beacon Valley Housing Project, non-existent. Councillor Karl Poppijn het in council chambers gesê, February 2025, Ottery Housing Project is klaar. Hij was niet de waarheid te spreken. Ons speaker moet opbouwen dat die leden, die DA-leden, mensen belief in bedrieg in council, dan is er niks consequenties. Die quarterly report speaker is niet een true reflection van onze reality en onze communities niet. Het is een Mickey Mouse report. Of zoals je mij zegt, een Gunga Boomba report. Dank je,
Councillor Davids.
Good afternoon.
Wait, sorry, Councillor Davids, we want an interpretation first.
We are really struggling in our communities. We want to know where the... Can you hear me? We would like to know where the 2 billion that the mayor boasts about, where is that money really being spent? We've got such sewage overflow in our areas that it's absolutely unbelievable. The infrastructure is not maintained. So how on earth are people supposed to live like that? The drains are unblocked and then they just become blocked again. And we have this constant overflow. We've been made promises after promises, but we've been lied to and we have been betrayed. Our areas are so overpopulated. Sometimes in houses we find there are 10 to 20 people living in a tiny little house. The infrastructure are going to be crippled because of these ongoing pressure. We need to emphasize housing and the upgrade of our housing. We've been promised in the council chambers in 2025 that the Ottery project was completed, but it was not. So we are saying, and so many other housing projects as well that were not completed, but we are saying we are sick and tired of the lying and betrayal that we constantly have to face. This quarterly report really stinks. We cannot support it. It is not a true reflection of what's really going on. It feels more like a Mickey Mouse report.
Thank you. Of course, that's why we have budgets to show us where we're spending our money. Councillor Davids.
Speaker, don't steal my thunder. So, Speaker, so item before us is the second quarter report for noting. And I need to answer the councillor. So, number one, he knows, or he should know, or his caucus should tell him that for years, and since the mayor took over this term, that we have the largest wastewater, sewerage, infrastructure spend compared to all three big metros combined. So the money is definitely being used. If you want to know where the 2 billion is going, it's actually not 2 billion, it's 5.6 billion for water and sanitation, and it's going into the areas that need it. In fact, we push out information every day. He should make himself aware of it to see exactly where it's done, how much plants, sewerage, resleeving, new pipes, all the figures are there, so he should see that as well. There's nothing we can do about abuse of a system. You're throwing things down a stormwater drain that shouldn't, the stormwater drain will block. You throw something down a sewer, it will block. He says there was over 5,000, I can't remember his number here, that he said reports for one month. How many of those were not attended to? How many of those were actually fixed? Because it got logged, it went into a system and got fixed. Unless he can show us if it wasn't acted upon. He should speak to his PC people that come and they'll tell you how it's done. So the figures are, we had 4 below target. That's 4 items out of over 50 items that were well below target, and 2 were below target, which means over 90% of all the targets were met. So I don't know in which virtual world he's living, but in the real world, we are achieving all our targets. Those that we aren't achieving, it gets recorded, and those get special mention. It gets said why you're not doing it. It gets even interrogated at portfolio level. And our water and sanitation, one of the biggest budgets, they're spending their budgets. They are well on target. As I said, they're just 2 below target, 4 below target in total. So I don't even know if he's read the report, but clearly he hasn't. And so from my side, I move the recommendations, and the recommendations is that the second quarter's progress report from the director be noted. Thanks, Chair, or Chair, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The recommendations are noted. We move on then to the conclusion of this open session, and so I want to ask that the officials make sure that we turn off the YouTube link, and that all non-essential officials are required to leave the meeting. And once we've confirmed that, we will proceed.